with healthy snacks such as fruit, nuts, dried. Did you miss everything I said?
Well, your time has expired. I was trying to get your attention.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. I just was trying to get your attention. My mic was not on, to let you know that your time had expired.
Oh, I'm sorry, but you got to hear what I had to say?
Most of what you said. Yes, sir.
Okay.
All right.
Anyway,
Thank you very much.
I know other school systems
Thank-
have this
thank
problem
you.
and correct it. I hope you do as well.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Bye-bye now.
Next, we'd like to recognize Rui Ping Lu. Hopefully I didn't.
Can you see me?
As I'm looking.
Okay. So, so you have 3 minutes.
Okay, good morning,
Good morning.
members of the Maryland State Board of Education. Today I'm going to present celebrating Republic of China, Taiwan Teachers Day and the Confucius Memorial Ceremony. I'm representing Washington Metropolitan Confucius Memorial Ceremony Committee. Okay, Teachers Day in Republic of China, Taiwan was established in Republic of China in 1939. It was celebrated on August 27, but in 1952, Confucius' day of birth was recalculated. According to the Gregorian calendar, then it fell on September 28. Since then, we celebrate Teachers' Day, also known as Confucius Day, on September 28 annually. Celebration occurs in the temples of Confucius all around Taiwan. There are about 28 temples. And Confucius is a paragon of all teachers. He symbolized the philosophy of educating all without discrimination, which we here in US call No Child Left Behind. And here is our website, Washington Metropolitan Confucius Memorial Ceremony Committee. And these events are we currently running in 2022. So, and 3 are in September. The culture, the multimedia contest, traditional Chinese culture, and special lectures, and also the hybrid ceremony of for Confucius. Okay, the memorial ceremony for Confucius occurs at September 28th from 5 a.m. to 7 a.m. There are 37 procedures. The core part is the 3 consecration gifts we call Yi. And the picture you see is actually happened in Gettysburg, Maryland here. And this one is the Yi performance at the Taipei Confucius Temple. Okay, then let me introduce the Yi. You can see there are 4 Yi Sens, and this is our Confucius screen. And Yi is the dance for offer sacrifice for Confucius. It is 6 rows and columns, so total 36 Yi Sen students. And permute in square, and they wear special costume. And the music is Chinese instrument, known as the Song of Peace.
Your time has expired. We appreciate you sharing the information with us, and thank you so much for doing that. Thank you.
Okay, So you are
Yeah,
welcome to join virtually,
yes, thank you,
okay? On September 25th.
thank you.
You are welcome.
Okay. At this time, we'd like to recognize Ms. Jennifer Fold. Welcome. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Jennifer Fold, and I'm a mother of 3 elementary school-age daughters and the chair of the Anne Arundel County chapter of Moms for Liberty. Moms for Liberty is a national organization with over 200 chapters and 100,000 members. I represent not only over 700 Anne Arundel County families, but thousands more throughout our chapters in Carroll, Cecil, Frederick, Harford, Kent, and Talbot counties.
Pardon
The
me,
start of
pardon
the
me.
Moms-
Just a second. We're trying to get the screen. Beg pardon?
Okay,
Okay.
I'll wait.
Okay. Mr. Ping, if you would stop sharing your screen.
Okay, sure.
Thank you. Okay, very good.
I did. Mhm.
Okay, very good. Thank
Sorry.
you. And Ms. Fold, if you want to restart, however you would want to do that, I wanted to make sure that we are able to give you the appropriate attention.
Oh, thank you. So I'll just start where I left off.
Sure.
We started the Moms for Liberty Maryland chapters after our eyes were open to the failings and misdirection of Maryland public schools during the months of virtual learning between 2020 and 2021. The Maryland Comprehensive Health Education Framework is one of these failings. Teaching children as young as 4 years old about gender identity and expression, and at 5 years old, instructing children that they can choose their own gender is completely inappropriate as a lesson of instruction in a school setting. These sensitive issues are not for schools to teach. They are for parents and families to introduce and discuss if and when they deem appropriate. In the same vein, teaching 7th graders about anal sex is also not appropriate. Sexual education should focus on biology and reproduction. It should not include tutorials on all forms of sexual intercourse or gratification. Discussing different types of sexual intercourse unrelated to reproduction is simply not an appropriate topic for 12-year-old children. Additionally, teaching lessons about sexual orientation to 4th graders, 9-year-olds, should not be included in a school curriculum. This statement is not made to disparage any person or group. To the contrary, this is a topic that children experience in their own lives, whether it be in their own families, communities, or neighborhoods. They grow up seeing these relationships and experiencing them in life. If this topic needs instruction or guidance, it should be given by parents and families, as this subject is part of experiencing life, not a lesson taught in school. These are just a few examples of MSDE guidance to the Maryland school districts that is completely out of scope of traditional health and sex education. In a time where parents are asking for more involvement in their children's education, this framework pulls in the opposite direction and takes from parents their innate responsibility to guide their children and instill in them their own morals and values. Many Maryland children are failing to meet basic criteria in academics. The Maryland Comprehensive Assessment Program results released last December indicate that only 35% of students passed the English portion of the exam, and math scores were even more abysmal. Only 15% passed. These sad scores are screaming for leadership to push academics. Our children need lessons in reading, writing, math, and science, and a focus on academic achievement, not a woke agenda pushed on them. We are asking you, the MSDE Board of Education, to rework this framework and go back to the basics of sex education. Do what you are appointed to do. Lead in academic education. Leave the parenting to the experts. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your comments. Have a good day. At this time, we'd like to recognize Ms. Shamoya Gardner. Welcome. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. My apologies for not being on camera. I'm having a few technical issues.
Okay.
Good morning, members of the Maryland State Board of Education. I am Shamoya Gardner, the Executive Director of Strong Schools Maryland. Strong Schools Maryland has been around since 2016, and we are closely associated with efforts to pass the blueprint for Maryland's future. Clearly now we are very focused on implementation. Last month, I testified before this board and spoke to the quality of reports mandated by the blueprint related to the quality and diversity of teachers, as well as school systems plans to address student trauma and behavioral health. And I talked about how the structure of the plans that we saw submitted was not quite sufficient to get us to where we need to be in terms of achieving world-class schools. Now, in 1 week, Metrics from the State Department of Education for the local plans to be approved are going to be due. By September 1st, we are supposed to have some metrics. We know that these metrics are vital to the success of the blueprint, and we also know that the local plans our school systems are working on are going to have to fall in line with the state plan that the AIB is currently in the process of developing with input from members of the public. Despite all this, MSDE still has an opportunity to do things differently and shape for the better the overall implementation of the law. Now, metrics matter. We know this very much, and failing to be specific in the particular metrics that we are measuring as school systems are going about doing this complex, very new work of blueprint implementation is vital. One thing that Strong Schools Maryland recommends highly is that school systems and MSDE set a standard of engaging the end users of public education in the development of these plans for world-class schools. And what that means is marginalized student groups, those who have been consistently forgotten, those whose school boards are telling them that they can't display flags, demonstrating their gender identity and who they are, those who are consistently left behind because they have IEPs and 5014 plans. Those are the very students and communities that ought to be brought into the process of planning for the implementation of the blueprint so that we can ensure we're not replicating the same mistakes and leaving the very same folks behind as we spend this multi-billion-dollar investment over the next couple of years and try to get our schools to recover and come back a whole lot stronger. We risk a collective future in the state of Maryland if MSDE does not address the methodology necessary for the development of local implementation plans by March 15th. We know that you all have been working very hard. The question now is whether members of the public, who again are most disproportionately impacted by the way the system currently works, are involved in the setting of these metrics. Thank you very much for the time to speak today. We look forward to continuing this conversation with you all and for those methodologies to be made public soon. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your comments. At this time, we'd like to recognize Ms. Sharon Seraph. Good morning. How are you doing?
I'm doing well today, thank you.
Good.
Last month, I raised at the end of my public comment concerns about addressing Baltimore County Public Schools Special Education Office and what they are not doing and doing. Baltimore County has a rating of needs intervention. There's only one other school system in the state that is rated that, and that is Baltimore City. Parents have a right to know what the state is doing to intervene with many of the concerns that have been raised over the years and are getting much worse. This summer, I witnessed the Office of Special Education not respond at all for weeks and weeks to concerns raised by their schools and by their parents and students concerning ESY services not being available, concerning timelines not being followed, concerning the 5-day rule not being followed, concerning team meeting decisions being ignored and other decisions being made without the parents' approval. Safety is a big issue and is all over the media, and BCPS continues not to address it properly. Transportation is used as a weapon. If you don't agree with a decision, BCPS decides to bring your child to the school anyway. And if you don't like it, well, you can keep them home. These are some of the issues that are going on that I, as an advocate and as a parent, are experiencing on a daily basis. It is not acceptable and it needs to end. We have a school system that needs intervention. I want to know, and the parents of these students have a right to know, what is MSDE going to do to intervene with Baltimore County Public Schools and change the status quo? Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your comments. At this time, we'd like to recognize Ms. Susie Scott. Welcome. Good morning. Ms. Scott? Is
Can you
she?
hear me?
Yes, we can now. Welcome. Good morning.
Okay, thank you. Good morning. As we begin a new school year, parents of students in Maryland Public Schools are hoping for the best for their children as they transition from summer vacation back into the classroom. And we all hope and pray that all Maryland children will embark on a year filled with learning and achieve academic as well as personal growth. You have a great responsibility to the families who are entrusting their children to the Maryland Public School system. How would you say you were faring? If you go to the Msde website and look at the Maryland report card, you see this message. Due to the impact of the coronavirus pandemic, report card results for the 2019-2020 and 2020-21 school years will not be published. The most recently available report card is for 2018-2019. And as one scrolls through this report card, we see that Maryland schools are not achieving academic excellence. As abysmal as the data is, it does not capture the decline in learning that occurred during the school lockdowns and the turmoil created in the wake of the pandemic. We are living in a crisis moment in our school systems, a crisis that you have had a large hand in creating through your policies, mandated curriculums, and best practices. The framework that you have adopted for family life is distressing to many parents in our state, because you are introducing ideas and concepts that are controversial and ideological. Ironically, while you are teaching our children to recognize individuals and that they have personal boundaries, you are crossing the sacred boundaries of the parent-child relationship. Your guidance emphasizes a particular concern for gender ideology at the preschool level and the earliest grades. These guidelines are intruding into our children's personal lives and instilling ideologies that run contrary to many families' religious and cultural beliefs. Why are you inserting a wedge between children and their parents? Why is the focus in education turning to gender ideology, critical race theory, and social emotional learning? While you concern yourselves with the fundamental transformation of our educational system, our children are falling further and further behind. Your job of overseeing whether our children can master the basics of reading and writing and math has fallen by the wayside. Please return this board to the mission entrusted to you, the education, not the indoctrination of our children. May God bless you and your decisions you make on this board and in the school year ahead. Thank you for listening to me today.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your comments. Thank you. At this time, we'd like to recognize Kit Hart.
Good morning.
Good morning. Welcome.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak about an issue that has been on the minds of thousands of Maryland parents as we prepare to send our children back into the classrooms, that of the newly released health curriculum. Of course, the idea of our innocent and precious youth being exposed to material that they really cannot comprehend is frightening, especially when that content does not align with the values that many parents instill within our homes. But of equal concern is how pervasive sexual content is within Maryland schools. It does not end once the child leaves the health classroom. It is a theme that persists throughout their entire school day and beyond. Take, for example, the book Rick, that was selected as the anchor text for Westland Middle School in Montgomery County, making it required content for all incoming 6th, 7th, and 8th graders. In this book, 12-year-old Rick becomes convinced he is asexual after attending the Rainbow Spectrum After School Club. After hearing the term, he looks it up at home and realizes that he is asexual, but because he's never had a crush on a girl or a boy, and he's never had that, quote, tingling in his pants that grown-ups talk about when he thinks about another person. Later in the book, his grandfather dresses up as a woman and they attend a drag event together. This book is complete with a glossary of terms covering all kinds of different genders, and after reading the text, students are asked to complete assignments, including a series of journal prompts that encourage them to identify their gender, or at least what they feel is at that moment, with gender being fluid. Leaving aside what kind of perverted grown-ups Rick clearly is surrounded by, this is one of many examples where we see how radical gender theory has replaced educational excellence, abandoning any protection of child's innocence in the process. Schools should challenge students with classical literature, math equations, and historical facts. They should not espouse a particular moral code, especially one that runs contrary to the views of most parents. If I'm not mistaken, the MSDE elevates diversity above all else. Well, where's your concern for the diversity of beliefs and opinions? Be consistent. Families are diverse in their moral standards, and school bureaucrats have no business trying to indoctrinate students with their personal view of morality, sexuality, and gender issues. 12 and 13 and 14-year-olds do not need to hear about sex constantly throughout their day. Trust me, I have a 12-year-old and he still plays with Lego guys. Just let them be kids. Teach them long division, stimulate their minds with scientific discoveries, cultivate in them an appreciation for beautiful art, and inspire them with stories about heroes. And you want to solve the teacher shortage? Then release those teachers from the burden of instilling a moral worldview onto children, and leave that to those of us whose job it is to do, their parents. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your comments. At this time, we're now going to turn to the in-person commenter. I think we just have one. I'd like to recognize Ms. Cheryl Boast. Welcome. Good morning.
The only one who traveled in today. Good morning, President Crawford, Vice President Getty, and members of the board, and Superintendent Chaudhry. It's a pleasure to be here. And I want to welcome Ms. McCusker back to the new school year, as I know she's been in her classroom along with many of our educators throughout the system. And note, when I say educators, I mean our teachers, our administrators, counselors, bus drivers, paraeducators, secretaries, everyone who is working diligently to start off this year as normal without interruption as possibly can be, because this is an exciting time. It feels like the first day over and over again for people who are in the classrooms. And we know educators will do everything they can to make the school year a safe and learning place for our students. But we also know underneath that perfect is a lot of imperfection. We are in a deep crisis of our educator shortage. We need to increase pay for our educators to keep them. We look across this country, and where we see pay increases, we see less shortages. We need to provide the supports, the paraeducators, the curriculum, all of the resources that they need. I get sad when I go online and I see all the wish lists, because these are things that our educators should have delivered to them in their classrooms. Workload is a huge driver of these vacancies. And I can tell you personally, as a 4th and 5th grade teacher, it doesn't cost money to reduce my workload. It takes talking to our educators and finding out what is the extra that is on our plates that can be removed that will really free up time for students in their education. And finally, it's respect. It's respect of our educators to be the professionals that they are, and that knowing the students and knowing what is best for our students. And we've seen a deterioration of that respect. So as we move forward this year, I would encourage the superintendent to continue to do those deep dives. I loved all the data that came out of that report of, looking at our teacher prep, looking even at retirements, looking at all the things that are adding to this educator shortage. But don't wait a year. Let's do this mid-year to see where we still have vacancies, why we have these vacancies, and let's not let full-term substitutes count as educators in the classroom. Let's truly look to see, is it a vacant from an educator and not a substitute in there that counts and glosses over the true list of vacancies. But then let's not just look at the data. Let's figure out how we're going to fix it. And we all have to do that both at the state and local level, and we have federal funds to help us do that. So we're just asking for collaboration. Let's look at the data, but then let's figure out the action that it takes to fix it. Our students deserve only the best. We're excited for the blueprint implementation that will help us but it's going to take all of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it. So this concludes then our public comment period. Again, we want to thank all of the public commenters for taking time out of their schedules to share their comments with us. One of the changes that we made, I think last school year, was to build in a virtual component so people could speak to us without having to physically travel to Baltimore. So again, we thank you very much for taking time out. We do take your comments seriously. We do take those comments under advisement. At this time, we're going to move to our consent agenda portion of our meeting. We have 3 items for consideration. The first one is approval of the minutes. They are under tab A. Personnel actions, tab B. Budget adjustments, July 2022, tab C. Following Robert's Rules of Order, I will say objection 3 times. If there are no objections, then the consent agenda items are considered approved. Objection, objection, objection. Hearing no objection, the consent agenda items are approved. Mr. Schoen, do we have our
I will find out. I'd like to call the oral argument of Mamie Benjamin versus Baltimore City Board of School Commissioners. Is counsel present?
We are running.
Counsel,
Great.
please join us at the table.
Okay.
I was just going to remind you, when you speak, please press the microphone. And when you're finished speaking, then turn the microphone off because we are recording.
Ready for me?
Well, just a second. I'll do an introduction. Just making sure that everyone is prepared and good to go before I get started. Okay. This is an exceptions hearing requested by Mamie Benjamin regarding the administrative law judge's proposed decision affirming the local board's termination decision. As I said before, it's Mamie Benjamin versus Baltimore City Board of School Commissioners. This oral argument is being conducted consistent with COMAR 13A 01, 05, 07F. Each side will have 10 minutes to present its position on the exceptions. Dr. Lawson, the Deputy Superintendent of Schools, is the timekeeper and will let you know when your time is up. Appellant, you may reserve some time for rebuttal if you like. Would you like to reserve any time for rebuttal?
I doubt I'm going to use 10 minutes anyway, so whenever I'm done, I'll reserve whatever.
Okay, we'll just default to 2 minutes, so 8 minutes to start. And after the argument, the board members may ask you questions, and board members will be recognized by the board president to ask their questions, and this includes the virtual board members. Parties, would you please introduce yourself to the board and for the record, starting with the appellant.
Good morning. My name is Heather Heilman, and I represent Mamie Benjamin.
Can you make sure your mic is on? Or?
Yeah, because it's.
You're on. Go ahead.
My name is Nikisha Small on behalf of the Baltimore City Board of School Commissioners.
Okay, very good.
Thank you. Appellant, the clock will start when you begin.
All right. Good morning, and thank you for taking the time to hear my argument. This is a pretty simple case, really. Mamie Benjamin is a teacher in Baltimore City Public Schools. She's been employed there since 2006, I believe. And, she was recommended for termination. There was a Loudermill hearing heard in her case on December 26th of 2021. And after the Loudermill, and she was represented by her union representative at the Loudermill hearing. After the hearing, the parties entered into settlement discussions for allowing Ms. Benjamin to retire in lieu of termination. But nevertheless, on December 9, 2021, the board issued a statement of charges. And it is undisputed that with the statement of charges, the board included the wrong form. So they included a form that would be used to request an appeal under Section 4205 of the Education Article, rather than the form to request a hearing under 6202. Now, the reason that matters is because the 6202 hearing must be requested within 10 days of the statement of charges, whereas the 4205 form has a 30-day deadline to be submitted. Now, Ms. Benjamin showed her union rep the form, and based on the fact that she had gotten the 4205 form, her union rep advised her that she had 30 days to request a hearing. We don't deny that that was an error on the part of the union rep. But in addition, settlement discussions were still going on. Ms. Benjamin was trying to find information about whether or not she would be able to retire with her pension. And it's also worth noting that the correct form to submit a request for hearing was eventually supplied by Ms. Benjamin's union rather than the board. I also, and after having received that correct form, Ms. Benjamin eventually, actually I did on behalf of Ms. Benjamin, at that point she had retained me, I submitted her request for a hearing on December 7th, 2021, which was 28 days after the statement of charges was issued. Now, I think it's worth noting that, the board, I would venture to guess, sends out probably at least dozens of statements of charges over the course of a year, maybe more. But Ms. Benjamin has never received this before. So, the board clearly understands the process and the forms and the right thing to do more than Ms. Benjamin does. Now, pursuant to your decision in Scott v. Board of Education of Prince George's County, generally time limitations are mandatory, but they may be overlooked in extraordinary circumstances. And Ms. Benjamin's position is that this is an extraordinary circumstances. For one, it has its root in the board's error in sending out the wrong form with the statement of charges, and the successive errors and misunderstandings flowed from that. And it's also worth noting that, we're not asking you to decide to reinstate Ms. Benjamin. We're just asking for a hearing so that she can have her due process. So I filed 2 exceptions. One of them is a little bit more cosmetic in nature. You'll notice that on page 8 of the recommended order, the ALJ states she will not address the merits of Ms. Benjamin's case, but in fact, in her statement of undisputed facts, she does indicate that there are certain undisputed facts that have to do with the merits of the case that were not addressed in the proceedings at OAH. One, I think there's a typo in my exceptions, but undisputed fact number 2 finds as a matter of undisputed fact that Ms. Benjamin engaged in misconduct. Obviously, if that was true, we would not be here. Similarly, fact number 5 having to do with a failure to report, and statement of fact number 7 having to do with her alleged failure to document her absences. None of these issues were before the ALJ. All that was before her was whether or not she submitted her appeal or her request for a hearing on a timely basis, given the circumstances. So we believe that it was error for the ALJ to find that Ms. Benjamin had engaged in misconduct in the statement of disputed facts, paragraphs 2, 5, and 7. But more to the point, we also believe that it was error for the ALJ to find that a reasonable person could not have misunderstood the deadline. Again, as I stated before, I'm sure that the board sends out at least dozens of statements of charges a year. They know how to do it. They know what form to include with it. This is Ms. Benjamin's first time ever receiving a statement of charges. There are references to the code and the deadlines in the code and the cover letter, but again, you know, Ms. Benjamin's not a lawyer. She's not going to understand how to look up the statute and figure out, you know, what the deadline is and how to reconcile these two documents. It's true, again, we concede that the union rep erred in advising Ms. Benjamin, but the union rep would not have not made that error if she had been looking at the correct form to request a hearing. In addition, I don't think that the board has ever denied that the parties were engaged in settlement discussions at the time that the statement of charges was issued. I think it's reasonable for Ms. Benjamin to understand that if the parties are pursuing an alternative to termination, that she would think that she did not have to act immediately in requesting a hearing. And it was only after she realized that retiring with her full pension was not an option that she decided she was going to go forward with the hearing, and again, based on the understanding that she thought she still had time to do that. So for that reason, Ms. Benjamin asked that the board does not adopt the ALJ's proposed order, but instead deny the board's motion for summary decision and grant Ms. Benjamin a hearing on the merits of her case. And that's all I have for you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. By my estimation, you have about 3.5 minutes left, so you can use that after Baltimore City completes if you like. Baltimore City Schools.
Thank you. Ms. Holman is mostly correct. That does make a few clarifications. So the board does not dispute that Ms. Benjamin received the 4205 form attached in error. When Ms. Benjamin was recommended for termination, she received the suspension letter, she received the statement of charges, and she received the 4205 BLA appeal form. The reason that the board did not find it persuasive enough to grant her request for a hearing after the fact was because Ms. Benjamin alleges that because she received the 4205 form, then she was misinformed of the deadline, when in fact, the only deadline to request a hearing was provided on the suspension letter and on no other form. So on the suspension letter, which she should have received first, it says that she's being recommended for termination pursuant to 6202, that she has 10 days to request a hearing. And if she has any questions about it, she should contact the Office of Human Capital. And she was represented at the time, presumably by BTU rep with experience handling terminations pursuant to 6202. And no one reached out to Human Capital or the Office of Labor Relations and Negotiations to question the attachment of the form. In fact, if appellant had submitted the 4205 form in and of itself, we wouldn't be here within the 10 days because it only asks for demographic information, her reason for appeal, and if she's represented. Again, there is no 30-day timeline listed on that form, separate from what her representative's knowledge that associated with that form is a 4205 appeal. Additionally, the board would like to clarify Ms. Hallman's comment about settlement negotiations. The first that the board was made aware of it was in, I believe, response to the motion for summary decision. And our understanding of it was that these settlement negotiations were maybe occurring after appellant had received her termination letter. And the ALJ's reasoning was that it wouldn't make sense for appellant in that time frame to believe that the process was suspended. And she's represented this entire time for her to investigate her retirement. It wasn't really explained as a settlement negotiation until very recently. It just kind of seemed like appellant was independently investigating her retirement, and then the clock ran on her time to request a hearing, and it was used as an excuse to justify the fact that she hadn't applied timely. As to the issue of misconduct, it's kind of a red herring here. So the record is replete with evidence that appellant did not report to her assignments in 2020, 2021. And then also that she wasn't holding virtual instruction as directed in the 2020 school year or submitting grades timely. And there is nothing from appellant in the record to rebut any of those accusations by the local board, which is why I believe the AOJ found that it was undisputed as a fact. Essentially, in appellant's exceptions, she claims that the presence of the BLA form was an extraordinary circumstance, and it's not. Traditionally, the board has found that, I believe, pregnancy, labor, grief, sickness, those have all not been extraordinary circumstances, and neither is this, because appellant was actually provided with the correct deadline, and she could have called to ask questions, which she did not. The AOJ isn't really required to give equal weight to all evidence in this case, and she essentially found that there was no issue as to material fact, and there wasn't, because appellant can't deny, and she doesn't, that she did receive the proper form and information timely, even if she has offered us less than persuasive reasons as to why she couldn't meet the deadline. Therefore, the findings of the AOJ should be upheld and appellant's exceptions denied. Thank you.
Just briefly on the question, am I on? Am I on? There we go. Okay. Just briefly on the question of the merits. It's common for the teacher not to come to the Loudermill hearing with, documents to rebut whatever the accusations are against her. She may not at that point really have a full understanding of what they are. So as we told the ALJ in pre-hearing proceedings that, Ms. Benjamin would have presented evidence that she the underlying issue was returning to in-person classrooms. So she would have presented evidence that she had, in fact, visited doctors and had documentation that it was her recommendation that she continue to work from home. So in a hearing on the merits, all of that evidence would have been introduced. So again, we do think it's error for the ALJ to decide that there is no dispute as to the fact of her misconduct. The board should not penalize Ms. Benjamin for going to her accredited representative for advice rather than going to the board. And it is unfortunate that she got the wrong advice from her union rep, but again, if I would put to you that if the union rep had been shown the correct form, she would understand what the correct deadline was and would not have made that mistake. So again, the error does flow from the board's actions in sending the wrong form. I'm probably close to being out of time, so that's all I have for you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Now the board members have opportunity to ask questions. You'll be recognized by President Crawford.
Okay. First, I'd like to just check with Ms. Alley. You're online. Did you have any questions? Okay. Not hearing anything. Mr. Bartley.
Thank you for your arguments. I do have a series of questions. It's undisputed that the board sent out 2 forms, correct?
3. I would say it was 3.
But I mean, at the first set of forms they sent out 2 forms with 2 different deadlines to respond, correct?
That is not correct.
When did they send the forms correctly? What's the chronology of sending the forms
Fair enough.
to the teacher?
So Ms. Benjamin was emailed her form on November 9th, and she should have received it in the mail. In that package came her suspension letter letting her know that she's being recommended for termination, that she had 10 days to request her hearing under 6202 with the board. And attached to that was her statement of charges, giving her the understanding of why she's been recommended for termination. Attached to that was the BLA form that just asked her name, her representative, the reason for appeal. It didn't have any contradictory information on it. She would have to know what 4205 was to know of a 30-day deadline.
But did the forms have 2 different deadlines for response? That's the question.
May I address that?
Yes.
Okay. So, so the 4205 form, I concede, does not on its face, I believe, have a deadline. But the union rep would know that that particular form has a 30-day deadline to submit it. And it's also worth noting that Ms. Benjamin never received the correct form from the board, but rather received it from the union. And I forget exactly the date on that, but I believe it's in the papers.
So did the board make an error in what they sent to the teacher?
Yeah, we can see that.
You can see that. And so the board didn't find it necessary to correct the error before in resetting the timelines for the teacher to respond?
So when we were made aware of the error, it was 28 days after the fact. And at that time, the board did not find that Ms. Benjamin had made a case for herself to have the timeline reset, because again, there is no deadline on the 4205 form. It's just a blanketed form that requests demographic information.
But the board made an error, and that error ultimately caused confusion with the teacher's response time, correct?
We don't believe it caused confusion with her response time because she was represented. Presumably her representation knew that she was a certified teacher, terminated 26202. So even the presence of that form, we don't think was justification enough for her to say, well, then I should have the clock reset for this reason.
But the error ended up being a sword and a shield, correct?
What do you mean?
I mean, because there was an error, there's a potential reasonable likelihood that the teacher received the incorrect information from her rep, and you acknowledge that there's an error.
Yes.
But you're superseding the error and say she would have been terminated anyway, correct?
No, what I'm saying is that there is no deadline on the form that she received. There's a deadline on her suspension letter. Okay. If she had returned that form within 10 days, we wouldn't have an issue. She didn't do anything until the deadline had long exceeded. So I don't know that we're using it as a shield, but we didn't find it was credible as an argument offered by the appellant.
I want to recognize Mr. Schoen. I think you were going to make a comment.
Well, the board member should be asking questions as opposed to argument with the parties.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification.
I asked questions. I didn't make an argument.
Okay. Very good. Are there any other questions of either council? Okay. Well, thank you very much. I think at this point, Mr. Bartley, did you have any other questions that you had? Just want to check with you.
No, I'll just make a statement. My asking of questions and not asserting a position is not an argument. I'd like that to be on the record.
All righty. Very good. Okay. I think we've concluded our questions. I'll turn it back to Mr. Schoen.
Thank you, parties. The board will deliberate, and they will issue their decision later.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate you coming in today. Thank you, both parties. Superintendent Chaudhary, we're at a very interesting and a challenging part in our agenda. Always seems to be about this time in the morning, we're running about 15, 20 minutes ahead of schedule. I was almost afraid not to say anything because, but nevertheless, so we're running about a few minutes ahead of schedule. We're excited about the deep dives. We're now moving into our priorities. And the first topic is going to be the deep dive, students attending alternative high schools, tab D. Superintendent Chaudhary.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, President Crawford. I can definitely fill those 15 minutes with the presentations, so I will take them always. So I'm going to call Chandra Hazlett up to present with me. There she is. You should have the current version with you. I added a few other case studies.
Recording in progress.
All right. So there was a request made, as we're doing our deep dives. One of the deep dive topics that we do is the data deep dive. And we take a student subgroup and we go deep into their experience and outcomes in our state and what that looks like. And so we have done different subgroups. We have done economically disadvantaged students. We did a special education one out of the gate during my first year. But we did not do another group that often people forget to talk about. So I appreciate Board Member Hallie bringing this up. And so I told her that I would look into it, and I decided to look into it and do it now. And so basically, we will do a deep dive of students attending alternative high schools. And give you just the lay of the land, as well as going deep into how these students are doing. These are students who are over age or undercredited. The traditional setting is not working for them. And so, and then we'll look at where there are some glows, definitely a lot of grows, and we'll also look at a national landscape on what this school model looks like when it is working well. And so with that, I'll go ahead and start. I think my intro was well timed to have her set up. I got you, Chandra.
Like always, perfect timing. All right, so good morning. So with that intro, I'll dive right into the presentation. If I can get there we go. Figure out where I'm going here. So just a brief snapshot on a national perspective. So first off, there is a definition. The U.S. Department of Education defines an alternative school as a public elementary secondary school that addresses the needs of students that typically cannot be met in a regular school program and is designed to meet the needs of students with academic difficulties, students with discipline problems, or both, students with academic difficulties and discipline problems. We did take a look at the National Governors Association, prepared some materials a few years ago in regards to re-engaging dropouts, and they do recognize that it is difficult to re-engage these students in need for three primary reasons. One is information is often limited in regards to who has dropped out and where they are located. Oftentimes, the traditional comprehensive high schools are not well equipped to serve the students who are returning to complete a degree, a high school degree. The recovering youth who have dropped out of school can be expensive and time-consuming, and at that point in time, few financial incentives existed for schools to work with this particular challenging population. But it can be successful. There are examples that we'll demonstrate later. States and districts need to take actions to facilitate the engagement of out-of-school youth, such as using data to identify dropouts, target recovery strategies, provide flexible, high-quality school options for recovered dropouts, and use any incentives that may be available. So just a brief look at the data that we do have available. We do have a state longitudinal data system, which has a series of codes. So there's a lot of information on this page. But in COMAR, we do have a dropout definition, and it is defined as a student who, for any reasons other than death, leaves school before graduation or the completion of a Maryland-approved education program and is not known to have enrolled in another school or state program during the current school year. So any student identified with an exit status of W, excluding the 143, is considered a dropout. And so schools, when students do exit the programs or exit their schools, they do work very hard to identify why these students are leaving, and they code them appropriately in the data system. So what is not a dropout are those students that are transferring to an education program anywhere in the world. So within the state, whether it's private or non-private, even if it's a foreign country, they are looking to get information on if a student is going to an approved educational program. They will code it as a transfer student, and they will maintain documentation as well to support that transfer code. There are completer codes. Obviously, some students graduate or they age out. There's also a specific code for those students that may graduate early. So with those codes and the implementation of our state information system, the combination of entry, exit, and a state unique identifier for students can provide a complete picture of the course of a student through our educational program. So if a student enters for the first time in a Maryland high school, that is recorded. If they exit and why they exit, that is recorded. And if a student re-enters at another point in time within the state of Maryland, we ensure that an entry code as well as an appropriate exit code is placed in the prior location of that student. So we are able to maintain a continuous record with no breaks for that student through the course of their educational career.
Before we move on, because they like to ask questions along the way, and I think I like that approach. So anything up to this point on how we code and track dropouts in our state?
Mr. Bartley.
I do have a question with regards to the dropout definition. Does it take into account when a child reaches the age of majority and they haven't finished school? So is there a cutoff date for students that are not special needs when they each reach the age of majority at 18 and they haven't finished school?
No, there's free and public education, which is defined in COMAR. I believe is up to the age of 22.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thanks.
Yeah, we don't kick them out at 18.
Dr. Getty?
Does COMAR have an age for dropping out? I thought Maryland changed it to be age 18 a few years ago.
Is it? Mary Gable, my policy expert, is saying that it is 18. It is through 18.
Compulsory education through age
Thank you for the
18,
clarification.
yes. But you could still be serving students who are beyond that in our systems, but you are required to be in school up to age 18.
Okay, so when you're talking about the Maryland definition of dropout on slide 4, you're talking about children over 18?
No, it could be a mix of both students who have dropped out, who are under 18, and they have, dropped out of the system, or students who are also, did not finish school, and they are no longer required to be in school, and they could be also coded. So that's two different kinds of dropouts there.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
I'm sorry.
General Sumter?
But you do, if they're over 18, they come back into the system because they can stay till 21? Is that correct?
They can stay till, I believe it's 22. Yeah,
22.
they can stay till
So-
22 in Maryland
Yep.
if they wanted to be in an alternative setting
So
and
they
such.
will
Yeah.
be coded as coming back in.
Yes.
If they
and
leave again before 22, are they coded
they're not
out?
required to be in school between 18 and 22, but if they come back, you can re-engage that student and they can count towards your completion and grade. But if they leave and don't finish, and they're coded, then they will count as a dropout.
You will, all right,
Yeah.
that's what I wanted to make
Yep.
sure that they
Yep.
were, from 18 to 22, they would still be counted if they left
Yes.
as a dropout. Thank you.
Ms. Halley, just checking with you. Did you have? Senator Bates and then Ms. Chang.
Thank you. I guess I have some concerns from years in the legislature dealing with absenteeism in some of the schools. How do you define one who's consistently absent versus a dropout, and are there different standards? I don't know how that.
Different
How
topic,
you identify.
but we can give you what the state definition of chronic absenteeism, and that is pretty standard, and we're well aligned to national standards on that. Go ahead and
Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
Sure.
General Moore.
A student is considered chronically absent if they're absent for 10% of the days. So, for example, 180 days in a school year, 18 days would be considered, or greater than 18 days is considered chronically absent. In COMAR, schools are required to withdraw students with a code after 10 days. But then they could exit and then re-enter as well. So that entry-exit is maintained in our data system.
Okay, I guess I've had some concerns about chronic absenteeism, and certain areas and whether or not any effort is made to fix that. That's my concern.
Sounds like we will do a
That's
deep
your
dive
dive.
on absenteeism and absences. We could do
Yeah.
that, yeah.
You understand.
Yeah,
Okay, thank you.
absolutely.
Yes. Ms. Chang.
Hi, thank you, President Crawford. Yeah, my question is that, yeah, with the students going in and re-entry, yeah, it could be within the state or different counties, but what if outside of the Maryland state or overseas, you know, how are you going to maintain the integrity of the data, and how long would the data be kept in, I guess, in a central location?
So we maintained, well, every local school system maintains a student information system, and we collect at this point in time data at least 3 times a year. And so we maintain the integrity of that continuous record across all of our data systems. So if a student is located in a local school system or school, there needs to be a record of that student either exiting or continuing in that school for each collection. And we only have one record per student as a student goes through the educational program, tracking those exit and entry dates and their codes.
Okay, but how long would it keep the record?
We maintain that currently as long as we have an educational need to have the data. So we implemented the student information system in 2007, 2008. So we currently have a record of that student going back in time.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, we'll move on to the next chapter of the presentation.
Okay, so high level of by the numbers. So who are students that are enrolled in alternative schools? So first, let's just take a look at the count of our schools. So Maryland has 1,427 schools, with 44 schools reported as alternative education schools in the 21-22 school years, and this is across all grade spans. So you can see the types of schools that we currently code over to the right, with the alternative schools in the top row. The majority of the schools are elementary and middle schools, with 786. So moving closer, or narrowing that number into just high schools, we have statewide 28 alternative high schools that serve that 9th through 12th grade population. Those schools, 28, are located across 11 local education agencies, and here's a map to show where they are with the count of the number of schools over to your right. So the count of schools, count of school students in these schools. So this is a trend from 2019 to 2022. It does show that student enrollment in alternative high schools has been decreasing, with in the past school year 1,901 total students enrolled. Looking at the count of schools, there's been some fluctuation in 2020, but it has remained fairly consistent as far as the count of schools. All right, so bringing it down a little bit further, we looked at alternative schools that are enrolling at least 50 students. We have 7 schools that have greater than 50 enrolled students. And you can see that 57% of the students enrolled are in Baltimore City and Anne Arundel County. So I've listed out here the particular schools across those 7 LEAs. And so you can see that Baltimore City and Anne Arundel have schools that have a fairly high number of students. 4 schools have more than 100 students, and 11 schools enrolled more than 50 students. All right, so let's look at the enrollment by race ethnicity for the school year 21-22. Students in alternative high schools are more likely to be Black, less likely to be Hispanic or white as compared to all Maryland high schools. And the next slide provides the trend data, so you can see that these counts have remained fairly consistent. A greater percentage of Black students are enrolled in alternative schools compared to the percentage of Black students in all Maryland high schools, and this has remained fairly consistent since 2019. Looking at student groups for 21-22, students in alternative high schools are more likely to be male, classified as economically disadvantaged, or to be a student with disability as compared to all Maryland high schools students. And then looking at it, a trend over time, you can see that a greater percentage with the students with disabilities, economically disadvantaged, and male students are enrolled And this has been fairly persistent across time with a little bit of variation in 2021. So how do our Maryland students perform in alternative schools? So just looking first at the graduation rate trend. So statewide, four-year cohort graduation rate is a measure that Maryland does. So students in alternative high schools are less likely to graduate within 4 years. Statewide, in Maryland, the rate is 87.2. However, in alternative high schools, the 4-year is 23.7%, which the gap is 63.5%. And this gap is consistent across the race ethnicity groups. Black and Hispanic students are less likely to graduate within 4 years than their peers. Looking by student groups, economically disadvantaged and English learner students are less likely to graduate within 4 years than their peers. Students with disabilities has trended up since 2019. So some students do need that extra year. So Maryland does measure a 5-year graduation rate. So the 5-year cohort graduation statewide is 88.3. For alternative schools, the rate is 37.9% across all alternative schools. That is a gap of 50%. So let's look at that by race ethnicity. Students across all student groups graduate at a lower rate for that 5-year as compared to the Maryland high schools over the last 2 years. Looking by student group, economically disadvantaged and English learner students are less likely to graduate within 5 years than their peers. They're lower than that, the average across all the alternative schools. Economically disadvantaged and English and male are right at that average. All right, so dropout rate, and this is the one that takes us back to the information that I presented at the beginning. Some students leave their original schools and then return to an alternative schools, but even in the alternative schools, they are dropping out again. So the Maryland statewide 4-year dropout rate is 7%. In alternative high schools, the 4-year dropout rate is 51%. So half of the students are dropping out in alternative schools. That is a gap of 43%. So looking at race ethnicity, across all student groups, the dropout rate is fairly consistent. I will note that the Black and Hispanic groups, the dropout rate is actually trending upwards. So looking at it by student groups, it's a similar pattern. Economically disadvantaged and English learners, the dropout rates are increasing as well. So looking at chronic absenteeism, Maryland's statewide absenteeism rate is 27.8%. Alternative schools have an absenteeism rate of 69%, which is a gap of 41%. So looking at that by race ethnicity, you see the gap between alternative high schools and the Maryland high schools. I will say that Hispanic, the chronic absenteeism rate is decreasing, but the other ones, the gap is fairly persistent. Looking at it by student group, the one that you see is English learners. The chronic absenteeism rate is decreasing. Most of the other groups are fairly consistent, and the gap, again, is very persistent against their peers in the traditional schools. All right, so the last couple slides in regards to the performance of students in alternative schools is even when students graduate from alternative schools, they can go on to college. So about 10% of the students do go on to 12 months, go on to college within 12 months. That is lower than statewide, but you do have students that do succeed in college. And then even in alternative schools, students take AP exams. And so the students that do take AP exams, of all the exams that are taken, 46% of them are at a score of 3 or above. Deep breath.
Very good. Any questions about the data before we go to highlight models that are actually outperforming the metrics that you see that are not positive as a whole? So.
Mr. Bartley?
Do the alternative schools include trade schools?
No.
No. And with regards to the data, specifically concerning African American, low-income, disadvantaged students, and the graduation rate, I think in the alternative schools it's still 37%, correct?
Yes, if I flip back to the slide, yeah, it's low.
Okay. Do you deal with the data only, or is there another department in the MSDE that deals with the data and the possible solution to curing these
She
problems?
deals with the data, and then, you know, we have all of our content departments that deal with the various strategies. But in terms of a single department that is laser focused just on alternative high schools and making them better, no, that doesn't exist. The idea is across departments. But we're going to show you some models that these students can thrive. You just have to think outside the box in terms of how you define their experience. And what I'm basically going to make the case to you guys is, like, we need to evolve our policies to enable this to happen in Maryland. One thing right off the bat, just the accountability measures in how you give that rating to the alternative high school. We're doing it the same way as traditional high schools. That's out of date. Like, you have to change in terms of how you hold them accountable. And that's something states have reckoned with. We have not. And so doesn't mean you give them a pass, but it does mean you have to think about high school differently and what their experience looks like. And so, so I'm going to highlight those models and basically make the case that we need to think better about our policies and such. But there isn't a single department just obsess about alternative high schools in the department.
Is there any indication why low-income African-American students are the predominant group in alternative schools?
I mean, economically disadvantaged students and our Black population are dominating numbers in terms of the gap across different measures, not just, you know, reading, math, science, right? And so that is a lot of things. That's a meaning of life question, and so I'm happy to engage in that. But ultimately it deals with, you know, the access to opportunities and school qualities. I know you're big on what are the out-of-school factors as well. We've had that discussion, but it's a multitude of factors. There are schools that are outperforming those trends. It's just not happening at scale in Maryland. So,
are there any diversion programs to try to encourage low-income African Americans from going to alternative schools and try to get them to stay into cohort schools?
So I think ultimately the school system tries to work with the student and family and determine the placement. But there's been a movement away from having separate alternative high schools and instead have flexible programming built into the school itself. So Prince George's is beginning to make that shift. I came from a state where we made that shift, and so you just have to be very flexible in terms of what's happening in the school day. So while they're taking English 10, how do they make up for English 9? And so how do you keep them on track? So you got to get really creative with semesterizing courses, having, you know, virtual programming helps with that and things like that. So there's been a movement to do that, but there are some students that just prefer the alternative setting, and it could be a wide variety of reasons, and you'll learn about why these schools, the ones that exist nationally, why certain schools personally opt into that setting versus the traditional setting. Yeah. But there isn't like a single diversion program. Every school system works with each student differently.
Are the teachers in alternative schools given more resources than teachers in cohort schools to help assist the students in alternative schools to be more successful?
That's a good question. I wish I could say universally guaranteed yes, but I can't say that. I can say in some places yes, and some places no. Some places they're not fully given all the tools that they need, and in some places they are. So the answer to that is depending on the system.
Okay, I'd like to, Mr. Bartley, finish?
Nope, that's it. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Mr. DeShio and then Senator Bates.
Yes, I noticed you mentioned that student enrollment in the alternative high schools has been decreasing between 2019 and 20. Is there any explanation or thought? Is that pandemic related, or is it totally unrelated to that, or do we know why?
Yeah, it's a trend that's been happening even before the pandemic, but it's a mix of factors. We're getting better at, further keeping our students in traditional settings, the movement away from having alternative high schools. So remember how I shared that some are collapsing their alternative high schools, like Prince George's had two that were performing really well on graduation rate, and the team, because I always ask the team, show me the outlier schools that are knocking it out of the park for anything that we study. And so they found two, but then we found out that they're actually closing them and absorbing those students into the high schools, even though they were doing fairly well. I think the
On one of the metric, but on the other
one
metrics.
of the metrics, yeah, on graduation.
Yeah,
right?
just on graduation.
But it was double the graduation rate of what it is statewide. So, but it's a multitude of reasons. It's shifting away from the standalone alternative school model, as well as just, having less and less students at that level rather than increasing. Obviously, for certain subgroups, there's far too many students. So it's a combination of forces.
My question was about the COVID impact as well, so thank you very much.
Ms. Chang?
Hi, thank you for the presentation. I do have a couple questions. Yeah, I see you have major metrics of the graduation rate of 4 years and 5 years. And it seems the gap is closing if we are measuring graduation rate in the 5-year mark. Yeah, it was from 60 to 50. Yeah, it's 10% decrease, which is kind of exciting. And then when we look at the dropout rate, the difference is about 43% or something around there. But I don't have data seen here about the 5-year drop rate.
Yeah. That's not a metric that we actually calculate currently.
Okay.
We only do the 4-year dropout rate.
I see. I was just curious, would it be like the data would be kind of in line with the dropout rate also be closing the gap? Because along the line that the AP achievement, yeah, it is about 20%, something around there. Let me pull it up, 30. So it's promising. Yeah, the gap is around 20% between the alternate school and the regular high schools.
For AP exams, yes.
Yes, so I would just say, yeah, something got to be right. And then that's back to 2 slides back to the slide 29. I can see the flip of the chronic absenteeism rate for English language learner, which is even lower than the regular Maryland high school. So I'm just trying to see, I know sometimes we drive data by looking at the gap, but I would just kind of have a different mindset, say, look at the positive side, what have somebody done something right, drive this kind of trend. Thank you.
Is there a question, or I thought it was just a deep, insightful comment for the world.
It's a comment, but it's also a question.
The next chapter is dedicated to what are people doing right. But yes, we're always obsessing about, that is something I'm shifting towards. Like, I don't want to report data for the sake of data. Like, I need to find who are the outliers, where are Black male students thriving in Maryland, where are English language learners thriving, and why, what's going on, how do I bottle it up, how do I make that policy, how do I scale that? That is the work that this department needs to be obsessed about every day. That's it. Like, I don't, like, we can publish all the reports we want and collect dust, but if we're not obsessing about reading, math, science, thriving, and where it is, then we don't deserve to be in the positions we are. And so that is the work and the mission, and that's what I am reorienting our focus to. It hasn't always been the case. It's easy to get in compliance mode. So you'll feel that more this year than any other year.
Yeah, I can feel that with the Msde staff, but also need say, hey, student, you are doing good. Give yourself a pat in the back. Yeah, thank you, and the team.
I'd like to recognize Ms. Howley. You have a question?
Thank you. I have 2 questions.
and I apologize that I'm difficult to understand. One is the AP exam. Congratulations on that there's greater success for those students who are taking the exam. It's a pretty big increase. But I'd also wonder about the data about the percentage of students who take an AP exam in the alternate schools versus what happens in our other schools, if that data is available.
We would have to really get granular for that. We don't necessarily collect that, but we could look at like, we would have to like initiate a survey of all alternative schools. But I think the team could pull it. It wouldn't be complicated, but we could pull it. Basically, of all the schools, how many of them offer AP classes, and then the students the opportunity to take the test. I wouldn't think it's very high, but the ones who are taking it, as you can see, they're very capable in performing well.
Yeah, so I mean, obviously that it speaks well to that there's opportunities if students want to take advantage of them and they can be successful in those initiatives. My other question dealt with, can we match the population of dropouts to where we see there's alternative schools? Because I see there are many places in the state that there isn't a school available at all. But I don't know what that means in terms of an underserved population that doesn't have access. I don't know if it's a large body of students or a small number of students, and maybe there's not a school because there's not a lot of need, or maybe there's a lot of need, but there's other obstacles.
Yeah, I would say where the dropout rate is higher, relatively speaking, there are alternative schools in our state. When you look at Baltimore City, Anne Arundel, like those systems do have them. Prince George's has them, and those that don't have them is because there isn't a need and economies of scale. You wouldn't launch an alternative high school with like 1 or 2 or 5 students, right? And so that's something you have to think about as well in the decision to start one.
Thank you, because that's very helpful. And I think you get to it later in the presentation, but I think in those underserved areas, if there's a virtual option to serve those students, I'm looking forward to hearing about that.
All right. Okay. Let's talk about hope.
Yes.
And what that looks like for our alternative high schools. So Chandra, why don't you jump in?
Yeah, so just returning to the beginning when I said that there are strategies that work. And so we wanted to highlight a few of the strategies where schools or programs are supporting the students and or demonstrating success. So first one I just want to highlight in regards to Maryland schools, just looking at 5-year cohort graduation rate, there are a few programs in which they are graduating those students within 5 years. Just 2 that I'm going to call out, community-based classrooms and PG, they have a cohort size of 90 and 85. Flexible student support in Carroll County also has 67 students in their cohort, and they are graduating at a fairly high level in comparison to the other alternative high schools. Looking at a specific program, Excel Academy at Francis M. Wood in Baltimore City, they work to engage students in multiple ways. They strive to remove survival barriers, allowing the students to come to school. They have dedicated staff working towards removing those barriers, such as assisting with resources and federal benefits, a homeless liaison working to provide students with housing during the time they are in school, and assisting with housing after they graduate, a social worker assisting parents with any counseling. They have a United Way daycare and family center, which opened this past year, which is free to students and allows the student parents to focus on their academics. They also provide transportation for all parents to and from school. There's a wellness boutique, which provides self-care items. This was through a partnership with the Baltimore Ravens. They have things like deodorant, body wash, household cleaning supplies, a lot of things that we don't necessarily think of, but it's definitely of need for students. They are allowed to shop in the boutique whenever they need. They also have a free washer and dryer for students. They have attendance incentives, such as gift cards for grocery stores, clothing, and activities such as food trucks and carnival days. So looking at a few programs nationally, there's 3 in the slide deck today. Just Reading the top, it emphasizes that alternative schools vary widely across the nation, but many have been criticized for warehousing students and using harsh discipline, for example. But there are a subset that have embraced a more progressive model, and some states are borrowing ideas from that last chance school, like what the Boston Day and Evening Academy, or BDEA, has been using for decades. They use practices such as competency-based education, attention to students' social and emotional well-being, and restorative justice approach to school discipline. And given their success, their approach is becoming a role model for others. So the slide is laid out, providing the key design elements on the left, which just highlights, again, the competency-based social emotional support, the student-centered learning with a planning team that includes both students and staff, their family engagement, which is identified by the students and oftentimes involves more than just family and guardians. They have a postgraduate planning, college career planning, which includes a capstone presentation and workshop in many cases instead of just a test. Active professional learning community for teachers and staff in regards to the comment earlier. They have ongoing and active professional learning for staff. Their successes, in some of the reports, since this has been a long-standing program, they have averaged 90% of students passing that 10th grade assessment in English language arts, 80% for mathematics, and 63% went on to a two-year college program. The percentage of male graduates of color in 1 year increased from 22% to 50%. This was an initiative they started, academic intensive, I believe is what they called it, where they really focused on this particular population, and they saw that increase, which they are expanding. Their student characteristics are similar to ours, with an average age of 20, 20% having an IEP, and many of them entering school far behind in regards to reading and math skills. So looking at another case study, this is City as School in New York City. They are unique in that they allow academic credit for completing internships. So some of the key design elements is that teachers double as internship coordinators. They work to identify opportunities and they supervise students' progress via email and phone calls. And students are actually in internships about a half of their academic year. So about 2 or 3 days a week, they're in an internship. They award academic credit for completing the internships in traditional subject areas like math, science, English, and history. So for example, a student can be a guide at the American Museum of Natural History and earn a science credit. They have 1 day a week. They attend an advisory with a small group of peers, 10 peers, and a teacher. And for many of these students, this becomes their family. They have easy access to quality mental health care with a very robust staff on premise to assist students. So in regards to their students' successes, 60% of students who are once on the brink of dropping out leave with a degree, and 41% of the students enroll in college within 6 months of graduating high school. And their students are also, if you look at the student characteristics, similar to our students in regards to they oftentimes come from other schools. They have been bullied. They have chronic absenteeism problems in their prior school before coming to this one, and they rely on they're economically disadvantaged or homeless, foster, or on the streets. So the last one, there's a couple of slides for this one. The first is just highlighting so Texas policies that were put in place. These policies provide state funding for students who are over compulsory school age, promote college connectiveness for students still in high school, and create the environment for innovative, successful back-on-track programs. So I've called out a few of them here. House Bill 1137 authorizes the use of state funding to help young people up to the age of 26 to receive high school diplomas. They have a transfer graduation rate that they have included in their accountability system to promote the use of this particular program. House Bill 1 requires the equivalent of 12 hours of college credit to be made available to students while in high school. And it also provides funding to cover the costs for the students taking those dual credit courses. In 2007, there was a House bill which resulted in the launching of the Texas Dropout Recovery Pilot Program. which provides funding to enable dropouts to return to school to earn a diploma or meet a bar of demonstrated college readiness. And that program, that Texas Dropout Recovery Program, provided a great deal of flexibility to encourage innovation and override the concept of seat time as a proxy for learning and other constraints. So this particular school, the College Career and Technology Academy, CCTA, which is located in the Far San Juan Alamo, or PJSA Independent School District, has leveraged the policies that Texas has put in place, and they have achieved very high outcomes in regards to graduating students and facilitating a smooth transition to post-secondary education and training programs. So key design items is that the CCTA program re-engages the students, and they treat them more as young adults than high school. Former dropouts earn the high school diploma, and they seamlessly transition into college courses through a partnership with South Texas College. Students focus only on what is needed for graduation, and they begin college courses while they are finishing the high school requirements. And every student has an adult mentor, which provides the support to assist with earning that high school degree and earning college credits. CCTA has helped improve the graduation, the entire district's graduation, from 62% in 2007 to 90% in 2014. And by 2016, which is the data that I had, they had 1,500 high school graduates aged 18 to 26, and these are students that were on the brink of dropping out. And so we have a video here, which I am hoping will work if I just push it. Okay.
Next, another chapter in our series on the high school dropout program. The NewsHour's special correspondent for education, John Merrow, looks at a program that offers dropouts college courses to make learning more stimulating. This story is part of the American Graduate Project.
In the Rio Grande Valley on the Texas-Mexico border, life is hard. Unemployment is higher here than anywhere else in Texas. Almost all of the 31,600 students in the Far San Juan Alamo School District are Hispanic and live in low-income households. If any students do go to college, it's just about guaranteed they will be the first in their family. 5 years ago, in 2007, close to half of the students dropped out of high school without graduating, just as their parents had done. This was a dropout district. Then Daniel King came to town.
That's great to see the parents in that school coming out to help out.
So the first thing was to stop the bleeding, work with the dropout situation.
The new superintendent made a decision. He would lure the dropouts back to school.
So I'll turn it back to Laura, and she'll give you your instructions.
At the beginning of every year, we identify all the missing students, and we spend the whole month of September combing the neighborhoods, combing the streets, and playing detective work and trying to track down every single missing student.
Volunteers called and visited homes of dropouts, sometimes making dozens of house calls.
We have a choice. These can be contributors to our society, or they can be people that depend on the rest of us.
And lo and behold, it worked.
There were 237 seniors who did not get a high school diploma because they had failed their exit exams. They were short on credits. We got 223 of them to come back.
What was his incentive? How did he get students to agree to come back to high school?
It's kind of an oxymoron, but we used an early college philosophy for dropouts. We brought them back in. Our message was, you didn't finish high school, start college today.
That audacious message bears repeating. High school didn't work for you, so let's try college. It raises an intriguing question. Could the biggest problem in American high schools be that students don't feel challenged? If students could take college classes while they're in high school, would they be more likely to go to class, to graduate, and continue on to college? Programs that offer college classes in high school started appearing in the late 1950s. Today, though reliable numbers are hard to come by, we know that at least 10% of high school juniors and seniors are earning college credit. But Superintendent King's approach may be the boldest and most ambitious. To kick off his plan, King created a separate school in this former Walmart store. for dropouts age 18 to 26.
Right away in the summer of 2007, we created a Dropout Recovery Academy. We called it College Career and Technology Academy. We wanted to point these dropouts to college and to meaningful careers.
Most dropout recovery programs offer students the chance to finish what they started, get their high school diploma or their GED. King's early college approach took remediation to a whole new level, lure dropouts back to school by offering them a taste of college.
What we're looking at doing is doing education in a different way, where the colleges come together with us and start working with these young people while they're still in high school.
Is that the angle that the robot has to turn, or that's the angle inside the hexagon? It's in the inside. In the inside, okay.
Our goal is to get them to transition into the community college to earn either an associate degree or at least a certificate in a high-wage, high-skill area of employment so that they can have a future and support their family.
But it may not be easy. Linda Carrillo is principal at the academy.
A lot of our kids have experienced failure in the past. They come in with a low self-esteem. They come in not believing that college is attainable at all. But when our student comes in, we set that mindset that college is attainable.
Jonathan Sanchez is a senior who had taken a road traveled by many.
From pre-K to 8th grade, I was such a good student, like A and B honor roll, perfect attendance. I guess you could say I was a smart kid.
Then in high school, he tried to fit in and be cool.
It was just way different. Everything is like labeled, and it feels like I wanted the labeling of being a rebel. From then on, I went on a downfall. I got within the drugs, I got a conviction. I ended up going to juvie after that. It was just like I was at a standstill for 2 years. I was at a standstill.
In January, he enrolled in the academy.
I have dual enrollment. I'm taking business computer systems. I'm taking medical billing. Like, I'm going to be certified in it. I'm taking an OSHA course. It's like so much going on. Like, I feel like my brain's being occupied the whole time.
At the academy, all students complete high school requirements. Some take college classes. Everyone gets connected to college.
You already did an application for spring. You need to do one for fall 2012 and make sure.
It was almost embarrassing to say, like, oh, I'm in high school. Like, now it's like, I don't have to say it anymore. I could say I'm a college student.
This spring, 70 students graduated from the academy. About 60% of them will continue on to college, including Jonathan Sanchez.
In 4.5 years, we've graduated 878 students. I'm anticipating by this August, we'll have probably our 1,000th graduate walk the stage from the campus. These are young people that almost all of them would have been without a high school diploma.
Solving the dropout problem was Plan A. Plan B was to get all high school students taking college courses. So in the fall of 2007, King upped the ante and opened another small school where juniors and seniors would attend high school and college at the same time.
What is different about these two things, though? Same number of protons and different neutrons.
We set out from day one that this T-STEM Early College High School would be a laboratory for us, where we would learn systemically how early college works, and then we would scale that district-wide.
Students leave high school almost every day to take classes on a college campus. We caught up with senior Raul Morales on the bus headed to South Texas College.
The classes are harder because they expect more from you. And I think that's something good because when the teacher expects more from me, I try harder. And I've proven that because in middle school, my teachers were like, yeah, you got a B, you're good. But now here, I get a B and my teachers are kind of like, oh, come on, you can do better.
This is a special day for all of us at South Texas College.
King's Plan B seems to be working. This year, 55 of the 80 seniors from this small school received their 2-year college degree a week before they got their high school diplomas.
Graduates, you can now move your tassel, and you are a graduate of
Although King has made tremendous progress in 2 small, highly specialized schools, the real question is whether he can make his plan work in a large, comprehensive high school like this, where being cool is a higher priority than earning good grades.
And John looks at that question in his next report. American Graduate is a public meeting.
Can you go to slide 33? So I just want to summarize what you saw. and the lessons. First off, let's go to slide 33. Okay, the first thing, we have schools in our own backyard that are definitely producing graduates of our alternative high schools. And there are design elements in these schools that are important, that are shared by all of these models, both locally and nationally, right? They're flexible, they enable students to take courses both in person as well as virtually, right? They have a facilitator that looks after them to make sure that they persist through those things. This is what's happening in these two models that you see. This is what needs to be happening more at scale. And frankly, these elements don't have to be limited to just alternative high schools, right? And so that's why you see a movement back towards bringing these students back into traditional high school models. Let's go into the next one. But these students have challenges. Our student, Maryland is becoming more diverse. The economically disadvantaged percentage is increasing. And the challenges that these students have are even more pronounced. I mean, look at this model in Baltimore City. It is essentially designing the entire school on top of the academics to take care of what they said, survival barriers, right? These are the safety nets. They have to think about daycare. They have to think about transportation. They have to think about shopping with dignity, right? These are things that the school is doing so their students can thrive. I personally don't feel like schools have to be doing this long term, and we need to figure out how to better our safety nets and societal conditions on this, but this is happening. So this is an example of what they're doing on top of academics to get it right. So another design element, wraparound services. Let's go to the next school. This is one of my favorite schools in the country, just period. Traditional, non-traditional, it is a school that has a great deal of flexibility. It's been around for decades. A lot of people obsess about it. The Gates Foundation, people from all over the country go, I have visited. It is literally what it sounds, Boston Day and Evening Academy. School happens in traditional and non-traditional hours. Their students are thriving. Some students decide to disenroll from the traditional high school because they love the flexibility of Boston Evening Day Academy. They're not going there because, they felt like it was a struggle at the traditional high school and they were suffering academic. They just want to come there. But the school is designed for students who are at risk. And they are knocking it out of the park, more so than traditional schools as well, too, as you can see. These results have held true. Just like everyone else in COVID, they were rocked, but then they're bouncing back, right? And more than other schools, they were able to quickly adapt because given that their entire school is designed around the students' needs and flexibilities. And it's not just about high school diploma, it's also about college. It's also about other opportunities. It's not about low expectations. We still have a problem, and it is true here in the state, where we think college opportunities and such are only tracked towards higher achieving students. That is a flawed mentality that we need to break, because I'm not used to that, and I have not seen so much tracking in a very long time since I moved here. So we need to think about that. So that's another design element. City as High School in New York. I love this school. It was also decades old. They have permission from the state to allow credit for internships and apprenticeships that they do out in the field. So you can get math and science and et cetera credit, not just CT credit, for doing, it's essentially competency-based learning in the real world, right? And it's students love this school. And as you can see from the student characteristics, they come from a wide variety of reasons. They are succeeding, they are graduating, their numbers are not at 100%. But it is not at our 30%. And 41% of students are enrolling college, right? That's a big deal, too. Those numbers are pushing on our statewide numbers in terms of what they're doing. But the key thing here is they have flexibility. The policy conditions of New York, the policy conditions in Massachusetts allow for these models. So I just want you to think about that. You have control of policies, and then some things require legislation and such. Let's go to Texas. Danny King, the superintendent, he's a legend. He recently retired right before I came to Maryland. He's someone who I have talked to many times. He is just an amazing human being. He has high expectations for all students. The district is about 33,000 students in the Texas-Mexican border, far San Juan Alamo. It doesn't get more high poverty and high need than that. And every single high school is an early college high school in Far San Juan. Every single student has access to dual credit. Every single. His strategy for dropouts is early college high school. What do we say early college high school is for Maryland? For high-performing students. In Texas, that's not the case. You actually get, it's literally designed in state law to serve at-risk students. But here, we've turned it into a tracking tool. And we need to move away from that. And I will find grant-making opportunities to put out challenges to school systems that want to do that. And it's working. It's working. High expectations are working. These are not outliers. They're not some kind of miracle. They are actually working, and the teachers are doing amazing things there. So it is definitely possible. Every superintendent in Texas, make sure you meet with Danny King at least once before you start your tenure, just because he will let you know about what it took. And so I just want to end there. High expectations, flexibility, competency-based learning, wraparound services. Within all these school models you saw as the perfect alternative high school. It is also just schooling in terms of flexibility in general. We don't have to think of these as alternative high school. It's something we could also think about as just the high school experience and what it looks like. With that, I will stop for questions.
Okay. Mr. Bartley?
When do we start this Texas-style program in Maryland, and when do we make it better than the one in Texas?
We already have early college high schools, but it's not a statewide, like, standalone thing. In Texas, early college high schools are middle college. In the East Coast, we call it middle college. Over there, it's early college high schools, are standalone in state law. In Massachusetts, there's seed funding to launch them, to scale them, and it literally says they are designed. There's an early college high school blueprint. If you want to get a gold designation, you have to be serving at-risk students who are 2 levels, grade levels behind. That doesn't exist. We do have early college high schools here. We have Bard Early College here in Baltimore City that's doing great things, but they do interview and screen their students. We have others as well in other parts of our backyard, but it isn't something that we went all in. And I think it's something equally, while we go all in apprenticeships, we should also be going all in the opportunity to earn dual credit and associates and such. So when it's starting, I'll just put it that way, and then we'll keep going. I don't get to call on you. The board.
When we look at these dual college models, they showed kids getting on a bus part day and going to the local schools. So clearly there has to be a very clear partnership with local institutions.
Absolutely.
With that. Is there any models that you see where the college is coming to the high school?
Yeah.
So that there's a little bit more flexibility of schedule, or that teachers that are your standard teachers in the building, your regular
Absolutely.
teachers are, through their training, able to teach college-level courses rather than
Yes.
having to have the professors of the university at the
Yep.
school?
So some of the teachers at Far San Juan, in the districts that I was at, teachers can earn advanced degrees and get vetted by the community college to be able to teach a class that counts toward the associate degree. I shadowed a student in Allegheny, and my day started off with college algebra. I was like, great. But basically, college algebra, that teacher was Allegheny staff, vetted by Allegheny Community College to have permission to teach that college. We don't have a lot of these, but we should scale them. There is some tensions with the staff of community colleges around that, as you can imagine. But frankly, we should be doing both, right? Off-site as well as on-site. But there's a grant, for example, in Texas that gives it to districts to give to their teachers to go pursue that advanced degree so they can teach dual credit at the school site versus others. We don't have anything like that, but the blueprint does hope to see an explosion of dual credit and such, and the only way we're going to make it more accessible, especially with transportation and such, is by doing both models, the college site, as well as at the school.
Do you see the Maryland colleges being receptive to this idea?
Well, in
has
Allegheny-
there been discussion
I think not everywhere equally. I have met with the presidents of the Community College Association, and I believe there is desire to do that. I think it's just, in Allegheny, it just seems like they're all one family, whether they're being paid by Allegheny or not. Their big thing was, they called it vetting. We got to vet the teacher's qualifications, and then ultimately Allegheny signs off whether or not they can teach college algebra and college English. And so those are the two classes I took, and those teachers. So I think it is not universally like, the people are championing it, but I think we can get there. It doesn't have to be a lose-lose. It's a win-win for students.
Yeah, I think so too. Okay, thank you.
General Sumter, Mr. DeShio.
With jurisdictions that have their own community college in the county, it works better because there's already relationships. But you get to some parts of the state, again, where I am on the Eastern Shore, there are only 2 community colleges. One Chesapeake up in Queen Anne's, and then you have the one Warwick, which is down in the lower part of the state. Just using the Tri-County area of the lower shore, Warwick and Worcester are part of the funding of that college. Somerset is not. Somerset has to go to the legislature every year to get funds to have their students do what we're talking about. Is there any formula within the blueprint that will allow us to start giving the money to all the jurisdictions so that they can make the agreements and not have to go begging to the legislature every year?
Yes, absolutely. I know what you're getting at, because we'll do a deep dive on the blueprint formula. I'll bring Justin back so he can bring the fund back in finance. Fund back in funding, as he said. But basically, there is weights for the college and career readiness weight. It is about roughly $1,000 more for students because the blueprint envisions every kid college and career ready by 10th grade, and then they would jump into pathways. And so for every kid who is in college and career ready, you get another $517, and then there's an additional weight you just get per student, and it's roughly $1,000. Now, there's questions about how it works, and the community college is like, how do I get that, or are they giving it to us? So we need to, with the AIB, just put out a clear FAQ on that. I recently realized that there's just tensions between systems on whether or not they're getting the funding, but the blueprint does put in those weights. Whether it's enough, we could debate about that during that day, but for now, yes, there is investments in that. So.
And I do like the fact Warwick and does look at the certain programs and has certified teachers within the schools, and it really saves travel time, class time, and it allows the students to stay and learn with their
similar
cohorts.
to Allegheny's model. Yep.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to say that I'm very excited about the possibilities that you have put in front of us today. As General Sumter just said, I'm familiar with what is happening on the shore, particularly with Warwick Community College. They have dual enrollment and have had dual enrollment for some time. And as far as I'm aware, however, it's usually the focus is on kids who are able to do college material. And this opportunity to make that kind of connection for kids who may be dropping out is, I think, a possibility that I've never thought about, but makes sense. And particularly with the video you've shown today, I think this is exciting for kids who are struggling, and we have resources and colleges and community colleges who could help with this. And it seems to me these are opportunities that shouldn't be missed, and we should do what we can to make those connections, develop those partnerships so that these kind of kids will have a chance to be successful, at the college level. And I'm sure there are those who can be. And this is an opportunity for us. Thank you for putting it before us. And I'm just one member, of course, but I'm supportive of your efforts to make those connections, and I hope that community colleges and other colleges will recognize the possibilities and provide the resources to make those connections so others can be successful. Thanks.
Ms. McCusker?
And just to kind of connect and piggyback on that and talking about funding and allotments, I had my own child did dual enrollment, and I recall that she was able to do it because we had a car for her. And there was an extra fee involved. That, you know, when we do scale this and we look at those formulas, we have to make sure that there aren't added fees, that there aren't transportation barriers, that those things that might leave our economically disadvantaged students out of this formula those barriers need to be overcome in how those things are structured so that everyone has access to that, and we aren't widening the economic gap, but we are closing the economic gap of opportunity of educational options.
Yeah, there's indirect costs that are sometimes not directly calculated into formulas.
Senator Bates?
Thank you. Positive way, not in the negative connotation we tend to get. I really love it. It is exciting to see that students can accomplish both and not just get categorized as slow learners or whatever.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much. It's really an encouragement.
I want to check, Ms. Halley, did you have any comments?
Sorry, I'm getting there. I just want to thank you for making this presentation, and thank you for all of the inspiration about how we might be able to help these students. And I look forward to discussing the policy changes and supporting any legislative initiatives that might be required. Thank you so much for today's presentation.
Alrighty. What I'd like to do is to thank the superintendent and Chandra. I think excellent presentation, the opportunities, the possibilities. Again, I'm excited as well. Look forward to future discussions and actions. Why don't we now just take a 10-minute break?
Can I also, to give Chandra a rest, because she was supposed to go back to back, can I change up the order when we come back from the break?
Sure, absolutely.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Sure, absolutely.
All right.
So let's take 10 minutes. We'll be back at about 11:15.
Last. So I'll take care of all the other ones, and then you'll go last. Okay?
I'll go get a grab.
He used to be in charge, but he passed.
Good guys. Special connection. I just adore him. Tommy keeps telling me, if you ever need a parking space anywhere, don't worry about it. We'll take care of it.
Okay, we're going to be reconvening.
I'm going to talk to the
Two representatives for
Great
what?
deep dive.
two of you.
For
One of the
on the board.
comments that we've gotten from some of our outreach is that people who watch
Such a dip.
our meetings have complimented the superintendent and the department on the deep dives. And so again, very nicely done. So at this time, we're going to do what?
I
Logistics,
wanted
the
to
school?
see if we could do COVID and then apprenticeships, and then I'll bring Chandra back to give an update on statewide assessments and such.
All right, so we're going to do tab G, COVID at this point?
Yes, this would be kind of a high-level run-through of what's new and current with our latest understanding of COVID and everything else, along with the new CDC guidance. So Mary, we won't go through every slide, we'll just go through some key points.
Okay, very good. Welcome. Good to see you again.
Thank you. Good morning, and I am going to, I think I can stop. So I don't know.
Hold on, we
We're
have
in tab G.
the teams coming.
Yeah, help. It was right there, and then it disappeared. I just need to get the PowerPoint, which was, there we go.
Looks familiar.
And if you click right there, I'm good. There you go. Now we're good. Thank you. So, good morning. I did want to just highlight certain items. So, please excuse me as kind of buzzing through some of the slides. The first slide I want to go to show you some highlights is page 9. And on page 9 is, because this is just what the COVID guidance, both from CDC and from MDH and MSDE, and what schools are implementing as we go into the 2022-23 school year. I'm sure you've heard and read there will be no quarantining this year, unless, of course, there's an outbreak in a school system working with the local health department, and the school would have to implement something. But overall, there's no quarantining. What there still is, however, if there is a case of COVID, first day that is identified as day 0, just like if one of us had it, and then there is isolation for days 1 through 5. Given no fever for 2 days as guided by the CDC, then a student can return to school with the expectation that they would be wearing a mask for days 6 through 10. So that is what the school systems are following. And I just wanted to highlight that for you. So this is data that you've seen over and over. It is a very light data because school systems have been operating with summer school programs through all the school systems, which are pretty much over now. But again, they have not been collecting quarantine data. So you're seeing not in-depth data there. This is just on page 14, is just another explanation that I've given on the highlight. So in terms of LEA operating status, as you are following, we had one school system, Frederick County, that opened last Wednesday, the 17th. We have, I think, about 2 school systems that are opening this week. The majority, 16 school systems that are opening sometime next week, the August 29th not all on Monday. And then we have 5 school systems that are opening the day after Labor Day. With that, there is a no masking in any of the school systems with the exception of Prince George's County. So as the superintendent mentioned, they pulled their, they went to no masking July 1. And then I think on August 12th, they announced that they would be masking from August 15th on. All the other school systems, we polled them. They are going through what I just explained. Some systems are recommending masks, not requiring, and they're also making sure that school systems allow whatever is comfortable with the student. One of the other highlights that I wanted to give you, you know, as we go through this set of data, this is all from MDH, which really gets updated every week, and you get the most recent because you know you get an update in the morning, this morning, because we updated it on Friday. But one new piece of data that you have not seen before is on slide 26. All of this other data you can take a look at, certainly, but on slide 26 is new data because the CDC has just started to report the percentage of children under 5 who've been vaccinated. We've been looking for that data. And so you have the percentage that's reported in the United States, and then Region 3, which represents Maryland, Delaware, Pennsylvania, Virginia, West Virginia, and the District of Columbia. So this is new data that we'll be presenting to you. Continued with the remainder of the data, we also, I've talked to you about, I wanted to highlight page 33 just so you could see the data that we have, and we'll continue to monitor this in case there's some change, but you know that on page 33 you have that. Then we go into CDC and community levels. The community levels are really important with CDC, and they're still following those. We have, just moving forward quickly, the number of school systems, these are recommendations, but the community levels, the community levels of count by jurisdiction, you can see those 5 are in the high range, 14 in the medium range, and then 5 in the low range. The information on the new variants, you've been following the variants, so that is not new. We've had that for a while. If there are any new variants, we will certainly update this section, but we maintain it while it's there. I wanted to call your attention to page 48, which we have excuse me, added information on monkeypox, and I'm sure you're following the information on monkeypox. What we have for you in the next couple of pages is information generally, a rare but serious illness, but I really want to go to page 53, which is a highlight that was in Ed Week on August 5th, and we have really highlighted that for you, that it does not spread and how it spreads. We have 7,000 confirmed cases. This was as of August 5th. Just 5 of the 7,000 were confirmed cases on that date in the United States were children. Certainly it is contact, physical contact, and so if there is a case, we just had a conversation today's Tuesday, just yesterday with MDH. I ask them every week if we're getting any new information. They basically are saying that the information that is available on the CDC website is really the most accurate information, and that we can follow that. You're hearing conversations about higher education and certainly in schools if there is any indication. The message always is, whether it's with COVID, monkeypox, any kind of flu, if the child is sick, stay home. If it's an adult teacher sick, then the best advice is to stay home and monitor. That has not changed. And then the last thing that I wanted to highlight for you, the COVID Ready that the governor put out on June 9th, we've maintained that information for you, and making sure that shots are available, vaccines are available, the vaccinations. The next item is the updated, last month, we gave you the updated MDH, MSDE data guidance, and that came out on July 22nd. At this point, we have no new guidance from MDH based on the newest guidance of August 11th that we got from CDC. This is pretty consistent, and they were expecting CDC guidance to be what we've mentioned about making sure that, or saying that there's no contact tracing, there's no quarantine, with the exception if there was an outbreak and what someone had to do. So this guidance is here, and I will go to the newest guidance, which is on page 71 for you. Making sure. And on page 71 is the newest, a summary of the newest guidance that came out from CDC. Staying up to date with vaccinations. Screening is no longer, screening of asymptomatic is no longer recommendation. Stay home at least 5 days. You're going to see that repeated in the presentation because it's repeated in all the documents to monitor the cases of COVID. Same thing you as an adult are monitoring children the same way. And isolation, at least 10 days. Masking if you come back 6 to 10 days. If someone really cannot mask for some reason or is still symptomatic, they should remain out for the remainder of those 10 days. So with that, that's really a highlight of where we are with the newest data for you. And we will continue to monitor as we do and provide data. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you, Mrs. Gable. Ms. Howley, do you have any comments or questions? We'll now turn here to
I have a comment.
Mr. Barton.
Thanks for keeping us well informed, and thanks for staying on top of all this complex data so that we can best serve our students.
Thank you. I appreciate that. We appreciate it. Thanks.
Any other comments or questions? Again, very nicely done. Thank you.
Certainly. You're very welcome.
Superintendent Chaudhary, you wanted to do what, apprenticeships next?
Yes.
That would be tab F?
Yes. So you also have a copy, hopefully in front of you. So we're gonna continue on with our blueprint deep dives. And so this time we're gonna start a new series in the deep dive that we'll do throughout the year, and specifically on the college and career readiness pathways. Everything converges, right, towards the college and readiness pathways. That's when the blueprint envisions by 10th grade, students are CCR ready, college and career ready, and that they would begin these pathways. And the pathways from early college, AP, IB, etc., and then there are the pathways related to CTE. Today, I wanted to do a deep dive, part one, I will call it, because there's really a lot to talk about when it comes to apprenticeships. But one of the things that the blueprint really wants to see our state do, and as it's studied and benchmarked against international models, is shifting CTE towards apprenticeships. And there's a huge difference between internships, as we all know it, that's been around, to apprenticeships. And we're going to talk about that and what that looks like. The blueprint has a goal of 45% of all graduates would graduate with a high demand CTE credential, and that credential should come from apprenticeships. And so we'll talk about that. That requires engaging employers, workforce, flexible scheduling, all of that. It's a big undertaking. It's the right focus, but I wanted you to get a foundational baseline knowledge of where we are right now with apprenticeships and just the history of it. It is something that We work closely with the Department of Labor, who has a good chunk of the processes involved. And then there's also a new committee that's forming as well that I'm statutorily a member of and that I plan to be active on as well. So with that, I have my really great team here, as well as Dr. Collins, Phil Lasser. And then we have our apprenticeship coordinator at the department, and I'll have her introduce herself. First, she didn't want to present, and I said, go tell her that she needs to present. When the superintendent invites you, got to present. And so she is here, and she's going to do fabulous. So I appreciate it. And with that, I'll let you guys take it away. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Superintendent, members of the board. My name is Phil Lasser. I'm the Director of Strategic Planning, Continuous Improvement. And so I wanted to start today by helping to define apprenticeship and really make sure we explain what this term means, as this may be something that we've heard a lot about but really don't know in depth. So an apprenticeship is an experience that combines the paid work with hands-on, on-the-job training and classroom instruction for the employee. And with that, apprenticeships really develop the employee to provide those skills and knowledge necessary to succeed in the job at the same time that they are paid for their work as well. And as the superintendent mentioned, apprenticeships are similar to internships, but really have a number of differences between the different programs. So some of the differences between an apprenticeship and an internship is, the first one is the length of time. The apprenticeships can be much longer, going from 1 year to over 3 years that an apprentice has in that program, rather than an internship, which is really, usually just one semester, a couple of months. Apprenticeships are also much more structured. They have this structured training plan that by the end of the experience, the apprentice needs to complete ABC, 1, 2, 3, rather than an internship can really be just, whatever comes up that day, the intern experiences that. Next up is mentorship, where the apprentice is paired one-on-one with a mentor employee, someone that's been there longer that can guide them through the training process and everything they need to know. Next up, as the very important one, is pay, that apprentices are paid a standard wage, similar to any other employee. And lastly, we have credentials that, meaning towards that goal of having more students complete a credential. Apprenticeships often lead to this industry recognized credential, depending on the specific program. So with that definition context in mind, I want to look at a couple of quick exemplar systems across the world, across the country, for how these apprenticeship systems work. When talking about this, the first one, Switzerland, really is always at the top of the list when talking about successful apprenticeship systems. In Switzerland, the VET system, Vocational Education and Training, VET system, is again recognized as this best example, prime model system for integrating the workplace and academic training. The VET system in Switzerland serves over 70% of young Swiss people, and really has support from across the country with over 240 different apprenticeship occupations in the program and 40% of companies across the country as well, including different government agencies and departments sponsoring apprenticeships that students can participate in. Also want to show that the chart on the right here, don't need to dig into the details, but really what this shows is the bottom left box there is the VET system. And then what this shows is that after a student completes the VET system, they can go into higher education, to a university, to other professional education, or straight into full-time employment as well. So students, apprentices have a number of different opportunities to continue their education or career after they complete this program. Coming back domestically, back to the US, one of the premier examples of the structures of apprenticeship programs is in Colorado right now with this program through CareerWise Colorado. And what they do is they serve as an intermediary for the system. And so within apprenticeship systems, an intermediary is this organization that connects all of the different players together, matches everyone up. So looks at apprentices, employers, different education agencies, different government entities, maybe a Department of Labor type organization, connects all of those people and makes sure that they have a successful system that everyone is able to fill their part. As of 2021, CareerWise Colorado helped to connect over 600 apprentices with 179 employers over a 5-year period. And so they have seen great success with that. And then the last part of this, the chart there on the bottom of the slide goes over the typical student experience going through an apprenticeship coordinated by CareerWise. And so this 3-year program, starting with the student's junior year of high school, so their junior year 1, shows that they have they spend about 3 days per week in their typical high school classes, and 12 to 16 hours per week on the job training, as well as any other additional coursework, professional certificates. In year 2, their senior year of high school, they pare down on their high school coursework, going down to 2 days per week, and upping their on-the-job training, 20 to 24 hours per week. And then in year 3, so after high school graduation, obviously there's no more high school classes to take, so that part drops off, and the on-the-job training increases to almost full-time, 32 hours plus, and then any other coursework coordinating with higher education to make sure that the apprentice has all of that related instruction as well. So last year, the last bit of research I want to share right now, zooming out, that really the main idea of all of our college and career readiness focus in the blueprint and our post-CCR pathways is that students should be properly prepared for their next step in their educational and career, college and career readiness, after high school graduation. And the goals of the CTE programs and the apprenticeship programs is that they are ready to secure that well-paying, meaningful job as soon as possible after graduation. And so what this study found that was run by Excel and Ed and Burning Glass Technologies through the Credentials Matter program, what this study found is that there's not always that alignment, that a lot of times many students earn certifications that are not necessarily desired or needed by employers. So there's this misalignment there that students are spending time earning certifications that are not giving them that next step up. And so some of these are in general career readiness, something like financial literacy. There's also the general construction certification, the base one, that all of these together are really basic expected skills that any employee should have, and so because of that, they're not even listed on the job description. They're just expected that you have those skills as well going forward if you're applying for that job. So with that mismatch, this study looked at over 24 different states, and the chart on the right here is all of the most commonly earned credentials, and all of the yellow up arrows in there are the ones where they're oversupplied, where more students are earning those than employers looking for that credential. However, we do have hope that in Maryland, with the new Blueprint CTE committee and with MSDE's coordinated efforts, that we will focus on this and make sure that we have that alignment between what our high school students, what our apprentices are earning, and what really the labor industry, what employers are looking for as well. And so with that, I will turn it over to Dr. Collins and Jennifer for our next section.
Great, thank you, Phil. So now that you have a better understanding of the difference between an apprenticeship and an internship and sort of a general idea of what's happening nationally as well, Jennifer is going to walk us through the history and structure of apprenticeships in Maryland, and then I'll come back and talk a little bit about its connection to the blueprint for Maryland's future.
Thank
And
you.
you can introduce yourself.
I will. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. I'm Jennifer Griffin. I'm the Career Programs and Apprenticeship Specialist in the Division of Career and College Readiness. Thank you for having me today. I get to talk about one of my favorite subjects, which is apprenticeship, so I'm so happy. Apprenticeship actually started in Maryland, youth apprenticeship, I should say, started in Maryland back in 2015 with House Bill 942. They wanted to establish a 2-year pilot program to see how youth apprenticeship would work in Maryland. So we went to the local school agencies, and Frederick County and Washington County decided that they wanted to pilot, so we were excited about that. We did this for 2 years and started in the summer of 2016. And during the pilot, we learned a few things. And so what we learned is this really needed to be a CTE program of study. We wanted it to be like our other programs where students could use this for to graduate from high school. We also wanted to make sure that we wanted to create readiness criteria for schools to use. During the pilot, it was sort of, here, let's see what we can do. Now we learned what we needed to do, and so we ended up coming up with an apprenticeship guide that we supplied all the local school systems so that they could use that to sort of work with the program and develop it. We also knew that we needed a better connection with Department of Labor, with their navigators. They had navigators already established, but that was for the adult registered apprenticeship. We really needed to work with them on the youth side as well. And we really needed a designated person within the school system, a coordinator who could really lead this front. We also realized that we needed a better system to educate parents and students about this. So in our division, we used to put on a career counselor professional learning. And so we would teach them, we would share about apprenticeship and what we would do. And it was really great. It opened up their eyes to what apprenticeships were. We also participated in career fairs across the state. We made flyers that they could distribute to students and to parents and to businesses. We really wanted to get the word out. So in 2018, the pilot was, as I said, the pilot was over. We decided at that point we wanted to move forward. We really wanted to keep this going in Maryland. So we, as I said, expanded it and made it a CTE program of study, and we actually expanded it from the 2 pilot sites to almost 24 of the local LEAs. They have them in 21 of the LEAs right now. The only ones that are not participating at this point, but we're very hopeful, is Cecil, Garrett, and Somerset. We think they definitely will be coming on board. So a little look at what we do for youth apprenticeship. It is, as I said, a CTE program of study. It's just like any of our other CTE programs, such as biomedical science, construction, automotive, the Teacher Academy of Maryland. It has those same standards. So for an LEA to do this, what we ask them is they have to complete the proposal form, which all of our CTE programs have to do. We get that. They have to also develop an advisory committee that oversees the policies and procedures and implementation. And that group really consists of workforce development boards. They're business folks, school liaisons, those people who can really help guide apprenticeship in their LEA in the direction that it needs to go. And with the program itself, it's really kind of divided into 3 categories in a sense. They have 1 year of related instruction, and that related instruction is determined by the business. The business knows what the student needs to learn and know on the job. So, and the great thing about this is that related instruction can come from either the local school system, it can come from the community college, it can come from the business, it can come from an online program. We work with them to determine what needs to be provided to the student and where it can come from. The apprentices also have to work a minimum of 450 paid hours, and that's the best part. And paid has to be at least minimum wage. And they can work more than that, that's fine, and they can earn way more, which we'll see a little bit later on. And they also, the one part of the apprenticeship is there has to be a supervised, structured, on-the-job training from a mentor. They have a one-on-one mentor that works with them. So we've got a lot of students working in manufacturing. We don't simply say, hey, go work on that piece of machinery, we'll see you in 2 weeks. They actually work with a person who is a journeyman or a master on that piece of machinery, and they learn from the best. So that component has to be there. So, as was alluded to earlier, the Department of Labor, they are like our partner in this, our partner in crime. We love labor. And they really streamline the process for businesses. I know I've always heard in the past that businesses say, well, I don't want to become a registered adult apprentice because it's too long. There's such an arduous process to get involved. So what Labor did is they really streamlined it for youth apprenticeship. And there's basically 4 steps. What they do first is the business can work with the navigator to complete an online application. The whole process takes maybe about 10 to 15 minutes to do. It asks your basic information of your name, address, email address, contact information, that kind of thing. And then it delves into what is it the student's going to be doing? What is that occupation? How would you classify it? Is it manufacturing? Is it healthcare? What would the student be doing? How many hours would the student be working? What hours do you need the student? Is it something they would need to be there first thing in the morning, or would they come in the afternoon? And then they also look at how many apprentices can you take? We have some businesses that can take 1. We have others that can take more than that. It depends on the size of the business. But once they get that and they apply online, Labor, their navigator, and our coordinator from the school system then meets that employer. And they arrange a visit, a work-based visit, because we want to make sure that it's a safe environment, that the business is actually there, that that it's going to be a good situation for our students. And so they all work together to come up to determine what that related instruction will look like. They actually have a process where they have a checklist to go through to make sure that it is a safe environment for students. Once all of that package is sort of compiled, that package is then delivered to the Maryland Apprenticeship Training Council, or MATC. MATC is actually a 12-member board that was established by the Maryland's Apprenticeship and Training Law and Regulation. And MATC is the board that determines both youth and adult apprentices if they meet the qualifications, if it's a safe environment for students or for workers. They want to safeguard the welfare of all apprentices. They meet every other month. And so it depends on when you get the application in, how long it would take. So if they, the next time they meet, they always meet the second Tuesday of the month, every other month, so September is their next meeting. So if you happen to be a business and you get your information in, let's say tomorrow, it then would be on the agenda for that next MATC meeting. So then you would know by September 12th or whatever the date happens to be that, yes, you've been approved or no, you haven't. If you get it in after that, obviously you'd have to wait another month or so because you have to wait till November. But they're really great because they are making sure that it's a safe environment for students. So what do we do? At MSDE, we actually review and approve all of the AMP proposals. And the Apprenticeship Maryland program, we refer to it as AMP because the Apprenticeship Maryland program is sort of long. And so, as I said, every local school, every LEA has to provide a proposal, and we review it, and we make sure that it meets the standards that we have set forth. We conduct technical assistance visits. So once the local LEA decides that this is something that they want to do, we go out in force with Labor, with MSDE. We meet with all the pertinent folks at the LEA, along with their workforce development boards, businesses, all of those key players who would start working with the apprenticeship program. And we meet with them to make sure that everybody's on the same page, rather than us, telling the local CT director and then them going back and telling them and coming back and asking another question. This way everybody has the information firsthand. We also convene monthly LEA apprenticeship coordinator meetings. We meet regularly. We do that either virtually and in person, depending on the need. And what we do there is we work with the coordinators to figure out, we look at best practices. What's working in some counties versus another? What are some resources? Is there something that, that they're having an issue with? How are other LEAs handling it? And we also bring in guest speakers. We've brought in Labor in before. We've brought our folks in from data to help answer questions that they may have to make sure that everybody's on the same page. We work with our LEAs to ensure that the apprenticeship data is collected. Right now, we're looking at participation and completion. We really do want to advance that, but right now that is where we are. We also we participate in the Youth Apprenticeship Advisory Committee. They call it YAC, I'm sorry. But we participate in that. And that committee was actually formed by the bill back in 2015. And we talk about policies that are coming up. We look at any new legislation that may affect apprenticeship in Maryland. And we really try to, come up with better ways to work with our students and work with the LEAs to help expand apprenticeship across the state. We also work with labor on a daily basis, I would say, in recruiting youth apprenticeship employers and helping deem what occupations are apprenticeable. I get calls, I want to say at least once a week, if not more, from parents, from businesses. Hey, I heard about this program. What can I do? And I'm happy to tell them. Who do you need to contact? I will tell you who you contact. And so it's been a really great partnership between the two organizations. The LEAs, they are the ones who actually, they have the boots on the ground. They're the ones who actually work with the students, the employers, to sort of have that matching process. They support students throughout the whole apprenticeship process, and that goes from filling out forms and applications. They help with resume writing, interviewing skills. They sort of work with that student to be able to interview with a company and actually get hired. They monitor the student's progress through counseling and accommodations. There's a story, but I'll tell it when we get to another slide that has a really good example of that. They work with the employers to help deem what is that related instruction. What is it that the student needs to know? Is it a CTE class that the student is currently taking or already has taken the previous year? Would that count as it? Or where would the student need to get that related instruction? So they work with that on a continual basis. And of course, they're always working with labor. They may come across somebody in a grocery store, an employer that they've worked with in the past. And the employer's, I want more information. So they get with labor. They sort of work together to give the information to the business. And they are always on the lookout to get more businesses, because that's what we need for youth apprenticeship. Labor, once again, they recruit and coordinate with the employers. They basically work with the employer to get them vetted, to make sure that it's that the apprenticeship is, as I said before, a safe environment for the student, that the student, the actual job that they're going to be doing is an apprenticeable job. And apprenticeable occupations are those that require relevant and definable on-the-job learning and instruction for new employees to become proficient. So we had a company one time call up and say, we clean floors. We want to do the apprenticeship. So labor talks to them and said, okay, well, what exactly would they be doing? Will they be cleaning floors? Well, what else would they be doing? Well, just cleaning floors. Well, that's not an apprenticeable job. So labor would not even allow that to go. That was it. But if you're looking at, we have a business cleaning floors, well, what else would they be doing? Well, we're looking at maybe purchasing. We're looking at maybe doing scheduling for employees and sort of taking that next level. And that's not really the best example. I should have given you another example that first came to my mind. But they're really looking to make sure that they're vetting occupations that will lead to a self-sustaining wage, where students can graduate and continue on being able to support themselves. So we always feel like with the Department of Labor, those jobs that the employers that are the students or our students are currently working, that they are good, safe environments, and they will lead to that next step. And last but not least, our employers. We ask that they hire and interview and hire our students for at least a minimum of 450 hours. They are employees of the business. They are hired and no student is placed. They go through the same onboarding process as any other employee. If there is an interview, they have to interview. If there's a drug test, they could do the drug testing. If there's a placement test that they have to do, the student does it. So they're actually hiring the student as if it was any other, I'm going to say, regular employee. The best part, as I said, that they do pay them minimum wage. Our current hourly wage for youth apprenticeship is $13.81. And those range from $12.50 all the way up to $20.50. So could you imagine being an 18-year-old senior making $20.50? I remember my first job I was making $4.17, which, yeah, that kind of dates me, but it's incredible. They They are there to help make sure, they're there to instruct the youth apprenticeship. They work with them to provide a safe environment as well. They're there to make sure that the classroom instruction is being delivered to the student so that the student is learning while they're working on the job. Without the employers, we couldn't do this. What we hope is at the end of the apprenticeship that the businesses will extend an offer of employment. We strongly encourage it, but we can't require it. We're hoping a lot of these companies will see the value in this and keep the student on, or they see the value and they decide we really want to extend and go into the adult apprenticeship. And we've had several companies that have done that as well.
Thank you, Jennifer, for that thorough explanation of what happens in Maryland. So now I'll share a little bit about the connection with apprenticeships and the blueprint. And as you can see, we're really excited about apprenticeship. So knowing that it's in the blueprint will help to make it even more marketable than it already is. So Policy Area 3, College and Career Readiness, is really where apprenticeships live. The overarching goal of the College and Career Readiness pillar is setting the new CCR standard so that graduates can succeed in entry-level college-bearing courses. Then, after a student meets that CCR standard, and they're supposed to meet that CCR standard in the 10th grade. And then definitely by graduation, if not by 10th grade. So after they meet that standard, they enter what's called a post-CCR pathway, where they can specialize their learning and earn a credential for one of the 3 pathway options. And so there's a IB diploma, which is the International Baccalaureate Diploma. There's the AP program, which is the, Advanced Placement. And then there's the Cambridge ACE, AICE diploma, which stands for Advanced International Certificate of Education. So that's one pathway. And then there's the dual enrollment or the early college program, which you heard us talk about early college earlier. And then you have the career and technical education program, which is known as the CTE pathway. The blueprint also develops a new and expanded CTE system that's aligned and coordinated with the industry needs and will be developed in consultation with a number of relevant stakeholders that you've already heard us talk about today, as well as the CTE committee that is in the process of being put together, which Mr. Chaudhary mentioned he does have a seat on. The other point we wanted to bring to your attention is that within this policy area, it also talks about making sure that there's a pre-K to 12 curriculum, standards and assessments that are aligned and connected to support students to meeting that CCR standard by the end of the 10th grade. Keeping in mind with college and career readiness in the blueprint, the CTE pathway is really a great way that the businesses and the community colleges are involved and are supporting our students to prepare for their next steps. To expand on our current CTE offerings, as I mentioned, the new CTE committee that's outlined in the blueprint will help to coordinate and oversee different partners coming together, as Phil talked about, kind of this intermediary. That's kind of their role, helping everyone to come together and coordinate the support and services so you don't have people stepping on toes, but really thought partners coming together to really think of robust opportunities for students as they enter the apprenticeships. Also, as mentioned on the last slide, we want to make sure that students are able to earn credentials and gain a work experience. An emphasis that we want to point out that I'll talk about shortly is that the blueprint sets a goal of 45% of high school students completing an apprenticeship or industry credential by the 2030-2031 school year. And we have a ways to go, and I'll explain that to you. So with this goal of 45% of high school students completing a high school level registered apprenticeship or an industry recognized occupational credential prior to graduation, we wanted to give you an idea of what our current state looks like so you can kind of understand where we are but where we need to go. And thus why this coordinated effort and collaboration is going to continue to be really, really important. So, for example, right now in 2021, Maryland had 57,423 graduates. To meet the 45% goal, we need 25,840 of these graduates. They would need to complete an apprenticeship or industry credential. So in 2021, about 7% of these graduates met the criteria. So again, there's a big gap between where we are and where we need to be. We also wanted to share with you what we look like in terms of expansion of the apprenticeships over the past few years. So the blue bars represent students who are participating in our apprenticeships, and then the orange bar represents employers who are participating. So back in 2017, 2018, we had just about 27 students participating in apprenticeships and 44 employers registered to sponsor student apprenticeships. Since then, there's been continued expansion and participation. And so for the last year, we've had 186 student apprenticeships and 271 employers to register to sponsor. Now, you may be wondering, well, why do we have 271 employers, but we don't have the same number of students? Well, we have to remember there's sort of like a space issue, right? An employer may take on a student, that student goes through the program, and then they may hire that student, so they may not have a space for the student. They may not be able to take that student right away. So that's why you see this sort of difference in the number of registered employers versus the number of students. And it takes roughly 2 to 3 employers registered to actually place one student. Another way to look at the data, which we're monitoring, and Jennifer spoke a little bit about, is what do we look like when we look across the 24 LEAs? So if you break it down, you can see that almost all of the LEAs participate in the Apprenticeship Maryland program, the AMP program. Our 2 LEAs that helped launch the apprenticeship program, that was Frederick and Washington counties, they continue to have significant numbers of apprenticeships. We also have some counties that really have embraced the program and tried to expand very quickly. Some of the counties that don't have them yet are continuing to look at how they can leverage resources as well as work with the partners that we've talked about to get apprenticeships up and running and going. And there's the leveraging resources around staffing, someone to coordinate the program, having the businesses available. So we're hopeful that they too will have these apprenticeships as well. And before I transition it back to Mr. Chaudhary, we also wanted to show you what the industry sectors look like across the employers. So you can see that the largest number of employers are in the field of manufacturing, construction, education, healthcare, hospitality, tourism, and automotives. And when you look at manufacturing, just wanted to point out that it's a broad category, so it would include things like maintenance, tooling, technicians, but this tends to be the largest category that's sort of like a catch-all. And then there are also a number of other industries across the spectrum that students can work in. And then there are other new industries that are added as they become available. So now we'll turn it back to Mr. Chaudhary.
Phil's going to help me out here. So a couple things. One, one of the things I often hear sometimes is like, well, COMAR's in the way of doing creative scheduling. Really? Okay, so which one? Tell me. And then they can't point to one. So I'm like, is COMAR in the way, or a lack of imagination is in the way? What's in the way? And so let's talk about that. I will be the first to say, tell me which COMAR. When I'm at schools and principals, I always tell them right before I leave, I said, if anyone tells you you can't do something amazing to do right by kids, and they say it's Msde's fault, you email me, because I read them all. And let me know what it is. And so what you're going to see within existing law and existing conditions, right, the creative scheduling required to pull this off, right? You have to do math, do reading, do science, go through high school, maybe even play sports, and do clubs, and work. And it requires, right, both direct and indirect costs, but also imagination. And so I'm going to let Phil give you some examples. You don't have to read every single one. And then when we get to the page about scheduling reimagined, that one, let's spend more time on. All right, go ahead.
All right, thanks. Yeah, so as Superintendent mentioned, I wanted to go through a couple of quick examples that really show more about what the student's experience is, that as an apprentice, what does their daily schedule look like? So we have a couple examples from different counties across the state who wrote in and explained what their apprentices do on a daily basis. So this first example from Dorchester looks at, they give two different examples, student A and student B. Student A here takes their English and math courses. Again, these are generally high school seniors. So the student A takes their English and math courses at Chesapeake College, Mondays and Wednesdays. And then the other days of the week, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, they will work at their apprenticeship pretty much the full day. And this student, again, they are participating in, or they're at their Dorchester Career and Technology Center, Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Tuesday, Thursday, they're directly at the apprenticeship site. And they also sometimes split morning and afternoon, that right around between 11 and 12, Monday to Friday, they take those academic core classes. And so really with this student, they are able to work out the schedule that they're at their high school, they're at their apprenticeship, they're at the local career and technology center as well, to fit all of their classes together.
And this is not a hypothetical schedule. This is what Dorchester gave us. Obviously, we took out the student name. So just so you know, we're not playing pretend here. This is what Dorchester is doing.
Yep. These are all happening already today and last school year as well. Looking at Frederick County, they have a semester block schedule, so they have 4 classes each day. And so students here break up their day by morning and afternoon, where blocks 1 and 2, early in the morning, the students will go through to their high schools to attend their classes. In blocks 3 and 4, they will go into their apprenticeship site and may continue there after the school day ends, but until the work day ends as well. And obviously, all of this depends on the individual student, the employer, to work out the details. Howard County, again, shows that they split between morning and afternoon. In the mornings, they will go to their high school for their English and math courses, and then in the afternoon, go to their apprenticeship site, or vice versa. They also talk about sometimes, depending on what the employer is, they can start very early in the morning, going to the apprenticeship site, starting at 6 a.m. And then after putting in a number of hours, they are still able to reach their normal high school classes at their normal time before the school day lets out as well. Howard County also calls out that they have, working with Howard Community College to allow them to take some of their academic courses at HCC instead of necessarily at the high school course. St. Mary's, they are, again, working with each individual student to build a individualized schedule to accommodate the apprenticeship and what their courses are at the high school. So again, they look at this combination of the first couple periods, they may be at their high school and then leave to the apprenticeship. They work with their Force Center for their CTE courses as well. And again, all of this really is individualized depending on the student. Washington County brings in, for student B, they talk about this alternating schedule where they have A day, B day. And so they have their academic courses on A days and every other Friday, and CTE courses on B day and every other Friday, and able to take the apprenticeship as well. So all of this really depends on what the individual high school course schedule is like, whether that's block schedule or alternating A-B, but we are able to work this out. Again, all of these show real examples of real students who are able to make this happen, to complete all of their apprenticeship requirements, as well as all of their graduation requirements and any extracurriculars as well, as needed. So with this, again, all of these examples that we just talked about really show that we can build this flexibility into the student's schedule. It requires that coordinated effort at the school and at the district to make sure that we allow the students to have that early release or whatever else, but to make sure that we complete all of those requirements at once. And with this, as the superintendent mentioned as well, that we need to make sure that we have that policy arena setting to allow this to happen, to allow our LEAs to be creative, to be strategic, to encourage and support our students in accomplishing this. And we have a couple of options here listed of things to consider in really making sure that that these opportunities exist for all of our students. So that can be altering the length of a course. A typical one-year-long high school course can be semesterized to complete the whole thing in one semester. Maybe it's offering virtual courses synchronously or asynchronously. As we found out in the last couple of years, that does work for some students, maybe not all students, but if it does work for this specific student, we should have that option available. Scheduling courses outside the normal school day, maybe that's in the evening, especially if we are coordinating with our community colleges. Maybe some of those courses are available then, or potentially on the weekends as well. And that's also, some of our counties talked about that for employers that the apprenticeships, where those companies are open on the weekends and it makes sense to do so, the student can work at that apprenticeship on the weekend as well, and maybe spend more time at the high school during the week than some of the other ones. Also, something that some of our counties are doing well is that the school system themselves will hire the apprentice and go through the full program. So they register as an employer, and they work in the different LEA central offices departments to learn that trade there. And obviously as well, the earning high school credit over the summer, maybe offering extra opportunities to earn the credit over summer for students that participate in apprenticeships. And so one more example that we wanted to call out as a spotlight of a system that's doing this very well. In Montgomery County, there's this Trans-Ed Academy for Working Students, or TAWS, TAWS. And so this program helps, allows students from across Montgomery County to really innovate their specific high school schedule to allow them to both participate in apprenticeship or just work a standard job as well while completing their high school course requirements. So what they do is provide that one-on-one individual coaching to build their individual career plans and work again individually with how do we allow this schedule to happen, or how do we best suit all of our students, all of our players together to see what our best schedule is. They also have different curriculum options, as we talked about, semesterizing year-long courses, or maybe this is a asynchronous self-paced course, career coaching, and academic support as well. So this really is very hands-on support that this program offers for the specific students from any one of the high schools in Montgomery County. And as a note, in the last 5 years, they have helped over 100 students graduate through this program and their innovative schedules as well.
And it doesn't necessarily mean all those students are working in an apprenticeship. Some might be just working, and some of them have college aspirations. Some of them may want to jump into workforce. Some may be working just at a fast food restaurant because they have to bring money home for their family, but they are still remaining focused. So Montgomery County, you can be at any of the comprehensive high schools, but they sit down with the student and see if they would be a great fit for it and such. I think from what I could hear based on the people who I've talked to, Jack Smith envisioned like a much bigger enrollment than this. So I think some might argue they're being too slow pace. I think you imagine like 4,000 students eventually to be able to do this. So it's really like no matter which high school you're in, by the time you get to junior, senior year, let's open up flexibility for you to ensure that you graduate. You want to go off to college, great. You want to work, great. It doesn't mean that all these kids are doing apprenticeship. Literally, I plan to do, I want to do this podcast, and I want to invite some of the students from this program, and these are just students who are working. They just have to work. They have to bring a paycheck home for their family, and so let's also make sure that they continue on with their schools and such. So just, this is all happening within existing laws and conditions and policies. But we can do more, sure. If there's more that needs to be done and everything else. And so I know Rachel looked at me when I said a lack of imagination. The reason I said that is there is a lot of imagination happening across our systems, from Western Maryland down to the shore to the core and the south. And so how does the department like further channel that energy? And then, there's costs associated with it too. So let's talk about that as we shift to financial implications.
So as we mentioned, and implicit with all of this, that there are, a couple of costs for all of the different participants in the apprenticeship program. And, some of these are very direct costs, and some of these are, a little bit more indirect. As Ms. McCusker brought up earlier, that you participate in early college, you might need to have a car, and all of the things that go along with that, of a driver's license and access to insurance and everything else as well. So we have here a couple of quick costs that should be considered, that are things that need to be addressed, but we don't believe that any of these are insurmountable. That through the right planning, and again, being creative and strategic, that we can help all of our participants, students, employers, and schools address all of these. So some of the specific examples that have come up, costs for the students, again, all of these very much depend on the specific student, their apprenticeship, and of course there are also probably costs that we are not included on this list as well. But some costs for the students depend on the job, uniform or other personal safety equipment. If they're working on a manufacturing plant, we want to make sure that they're safe, and sometimes those are the responsibility of the employee. Background checks as part of the application process, driver's license, transportation, gas, all have access to cars. Costs for the employers. Sometimes the employer will cover the cost of their related instruction courses. Sometimes, depending on what the program is and how they want to offer that to the student. There is obviously a time investment. As an apprentice is paired one-on-one with a mentor to earn that training, that mentor has that time investment into the student. And then also for that mentor, there might be additional stipends or additional pay for taking on that extra responsibility. For our schools and school districts, they sometimes cover the safety and certification costs for the student. Sometimes if we are offering academic courses outside the normal school day, maybe we have an extra stipend for those teachers to teach those courses, depending on that agreement. And then maybe there's other implicit costs as well for operating and implementing different flexible scheduling options across the school. There are, as mentioned, many ways to address all of these. We want to call out that the Department of Labor right now does have an open grant program that school districts can apply to get funding to help cover the costs of students earning their driver's license and all driver's education. So that grant program is open right now, that school districts can help cover that driver's license, that driver education. So hopefully that is one box here that we can check off that the student does not necessarily have to cover. And so now I'll turn back over to Jennifer to talk about some of our real success stories.
Right. This is the best part. I love talking about the kids. Our first student we want to highlight is Suzanne. Suzanne was one of our first apprentices. She was from Frederick County, and she started working for a company called Insultech, and they insulate commercial and industrial ductwork. She didn't actually do that. What she did, she was very good in math, so she was hired to be an estimator. So she started working. Her very first job estimating job. They checked, it looked good, and she won the bid. During her senior year, she ended up winning 40 individual jobs for Insultech. Had a great year. They loved her. She was getting ready to graduate. Her plan was to go to college and to continue working there. But unfortunately, a couple months before graduation, she found out she and her family had to move to West Virginia because they had to take care of some ailing family members. So she went to her boss and said, sorry, thank you for the opportunity, but I'm going to have to move on. I'm going to West Virginia. And they liked her so much, they never even missed a beat and said, hey, if we give you a computer and everything you need, can you work remotely and do this? She said, sure. So she's actually working part-time for them in West Virginia, attending West Virginia University. And they are so impressed with her and like her so much that they've already have the agreement that once she graduates, they are going to open up, said we've always wanted to expand to West Virginia. They're actually going to expand and open up a business there, and she is actually going to manage it for them. So that is definitely a great success story. We're so proud of Suzanne. Another student I want to highlight is Alan. I just love this kid. He is like the nicest kid I've ever met. Wonderful. He completed an apprenticeship at Dixon Valve, and Dixon Valve is one of the largest manufacturing companies on the East Coast, and it's located in Kent County. He actually worked as a machinist on the manufacturing equipment, and he was from Queen Anne's. He would drive over the Chester River on the bridge, get to Kent County, go work at Dixon Valve. And his schedule was he would work there in the morning from 6 to 12 and then go back to Queen Anne and take his math and English that he needed to graduate. The interesting thing about Alan is he was actually a third-generation student. His dad and his grandfather actually worked at Dixon Valve. I actually got to meet them. Very supportive family. His online related instruction was online using Tooling U, which is a manufacturing software that our manufacturing companies use, and actually Dixon Valve uses that for their adult registered apprenticeship as well. He graduated in 2020. He made it through COVID, and he's now attending Delaware Tech Community College, but he plans on, after graduating, going back to Dixon Valve and continuing on with where his father and his grandfather left off. One more student that I'd like to highlight is Tayshawn. He apprenticed with Quivera, and they actually provide custom software solutions for government customers. So he actually did this junior and senior year. He was there for 2 years. He was a member of their IT administrative support team, and they were so taken back by him. He had such a good work ethic, and he was doing such a great job that he actually was part of their entry-level IT support. He worked on things such as the web-based development. He maintained their sites. He also worked on their mobile app development. He graduated this past year, a few months ago, and he continues to work with them part-time. And in the fall, actually probably right now, he's getting ready to start Morgan State. So we're really proud. And he's ecstatic to keep working there. He really likes the company.
Makes me want to get a flat top, too.
Doesn't it? Yeah, I tell you. He's rocking it there. And the last thing is I want to share a spotlight on one of our businesses. If I had $1 for every time a business said, we just can't find employees, we can't find them, we don't know where they are, I think I could retire. But Dynamic Auto was one of these companies. They actually started it back in the pilot in 2016. And they said, we can't find auto mechanics. We don't know what we're going to do. So we said, well, try apprenticeship, try the youth apprenticeship. So they actually went through the process, became a youth sponsor, and they worked with Frederick County Schools. They were able to get students from the tech center, and it was very successful. These students were motivated, they were educated, they worked so well for Dynamic Auto that they decided, because they had this rich, robust talent pool that they could choose from, they decided, we want to do the next step. So they went back to labor and said, we do the youth apprenticeship, we want to take it one step further, and we want to do the adult apprenticeship too. So what happens now is these students, there's actually a wait list every year for students to get into this program, this apprenticeship with Dynamic Auto. But what the students do, we'll start working for them junior year, they'll work junior and senior year with them. They graduate, of course, go off to senior week for a week, come back, and actually start the adult registered apprenticeship with Dynamic Auto for 2 years. Dynamic Auto also pays for them to get their 2-year degree as well. So at the end of 4 years, they are vested, they are trained, highly skilled mechanics. This has worked so well for Dynamic Auto that they were able to open up a 5th shop, And this is the only way they actually recruit students. They don't go out any other way to find workers for their business. And so this is just one example of how it's working. It's working for students, it's working for businesses. It's a great program.
We did in fact check their catchy, there are more lines of computer code in today's car than the F-35. I just saw Maverick, and I don't know if that's true, but it could be true, given I don't use half the things on my Accord nowadays. But it is catchy, definitely. And so I asked, I was like, Phil, that can't be true, but it might be. I don't know. So I'll find out one day. As we wind down.
Yes. All right, so where do we go from here? You feel, hopefully, our excitement and energy around apprenticeships. We want it to grow. So we've identified a few next steps that we just wanted to reinforce that MSDE is truly committed to expanding apprenticeships, not alone, not in a silo, but collaboratively with Department of Commerce, LEAs, local education agencies, Department of Labor, employers, as many players in this field as possible so that we can expand, and not expand for the sake of numbers, but truly expand for the students, that student experience that we want them to have as an option, right? This is all about the students. It can't always just be about the numbers, but it's that student experience. We want to meet that 45% goal, but keep the students at the core of our why and why we are doing this. So again, we'll continue to work closely with the Department of Labor, and as Mr. Chaudhary said, he has a seat on the CTE committee, so that will be incredibly helpful just to help incentivize the apprenticeship program. We will continue to support school districts to develop schedules to facilitate flexibility that's needed to help students participate in apprenticeships and meet those graduation requirements. And then also we'll continue to prioritize these apprenticeship opportunities that focused on high growth and high demand industries, not just something that kids can be put in, but really those high wage, high paying jobs. And we always have a pitch. We want to make sure folks know about our Maryland Public Schools Strategic Planning Survey. So please take the time, if you have not, to complete the survey. Go to our link at marylandpublicschools.org/survey. And with that, I will turn it to Mr. Chaudhary.
I forgot to tell Mary and Chandra to do that. That will help me get to 100,000. Can we go to slide 17? Please, I just want to, when you guys start questions, I want you to see what the blueprint has challenged us to do to truly understand. So Maryland in 2021 had over 57,000 graduates. The goal is 45% of those graduates would earn an industry credential or complete an apprenticeship. But the blueprint goes further and says, let that credential be through the apprenticeship. Rather than just a siloed credential. Today, that's 7% in terms of the baseline that we're starting in. And then if you go to that next page, you see the rate in which we have to move to pull that off. I had Phil do a rate exercise. I was like, it got a little too complicated, but it has to exponentially boom to pull that off. And sometimes whether you hit that or not, you still swing for it. I mean, that's how I grew up. And so it's going to take, one of the things that I asked the team is like, well, how many slots are available? Well, there's postings of the apprenticeship, but like, is Amazon offering 100 slots of apprenticeship? Like, what does that look like? So, we're really going to have to further incentivize employers to want to do to host apprentices. There are some things that the state has done around the tax structure to help, and there's other things as well that we need to keep doing. There's a lot of entities, and so coordination is going to matter. But, one thing that I heard from, I will not name the individual, was who's passionate about this issue, is, school systems are not churning out kids for employers. I push back on that because, school systems will if, the opportunities are, right there, right? If all the slots are there, they will. I mean, if either you're going to do it or Washington County is going to triple it to 500, And so let's make sure it's not just an MSD thing, it's also about the conditions to get our employers want to do this, right? And there's differences between a mom and pop wanting to do this versus a large entity, say like an Amazon or something. So just as you think about our goal and where we're going. So this is both sending students off to college, earning an Ivy League diploma, while also being able to pursue a high-demand workforce, or do both, apprenticeship to college. You could do both. They're not in conflict with one another. All right, with that, we'll take questions.
McCusker?
I was glad you went back to slide 17, because that's where all of my little marks are.
Yeah.
Because when I was reading this the other day, I almost fell over when I processed that goal, and the number of students that would have to be participating, the number of businesses, and you're saying it takes 2 or 3 businesses per kid per student to work through this, and I was just taken aback by that goal, and I realize it's not till 2030, but that's still only 8 years away or whatever, so it's really not that far when you think about it, and some of the barriers. I am again looking at a car. When you're looking at apprenticeships, maybe in some place like Baltimore City, where kids might have public transportation available to them, may be able to walk to these apprenticeships. A kid in Garrett County may have to drive 30 minutes to get to that business or more, and so the barriers are significant, and I think there's going to take a great deal of creativity to figure out how we get this many kids, or students, I keep saying kids, I'm not supposed to, but this many students to these businesses, and the options, and I'm sure that Ms. Halley will bring it up, some of these that could be done online and could be done remotely. And I know you talked about there's a couple of kids that are students that were able to still participate in extracurriculars, but when you're looking at 45% of students participating in these kinds of things, and you're talking about them having to work through the end of shift, and if shift isn't over until 5, how are they able to participate in extracurriculars? How many, with this number of students being expected to be doing apprenticeship programs, what is that going to do to extracurricular involvement and those kinds of opportunities that students need for their social and emotional well-being? I think that it's going to be incumbent upon us as we work towards this significant a goal to work through barriers, but also work through a balance for students. Not only balancing their workload with their school workload and the courses that they have left for graduation, but also balancing them still being 16, 17, 18-year-old young adults who need to be with other young adults and not just with adults in businesses. So I have a concern in there that I wanted to bring up, and because this is a significant goal, and I can see, and I'm not trying to say that it isn't an important program. I think it's an amazing program and an amazing opportunity for kids. It's the idea that 45% of them took me back a little bit in so many different ways.
I think there's a comment or question there.
I'm not sure what it is, but how do we overcome?
There's a couple of things on the transportation. When people throw that, sometimes I hear from some members of the assembly is like, yeah, I get it, but at the end of the day, still create the opportunity. If there's a will, there's a way. Baltimore City doesn't have any apprentices right now, and they have the infrastructure. I thought there would be more in the core. Washington County has the most, and you really see a tight partnership there, and I know we're planning to go out there, but so if there's a will, there's a way. But yes, you do have to think about also everything else related to extracurriculars and music and going to prom and playing football. Not everyone can balance it like our smobs. I have to remind myself, Kevin is not the typical high schooler or Marin, but they are absolutely amazing. And so I think we'll definitely look at that. I think for now, the opportunities does have to be there, though. So we do got to expand exponentially, and then we figure out those things along the way, you know, and so, but I appreciate you throwing that out there as well, you know, because some of our students do want to work and jump into a high-demand field.
Yeah,
But
absolutely.
they can also learn an instrument along the way and other things
Right,
as
I
well.
just want to make sure that as we try to scale this out to 45%
Yeah.
of students, that we are mindful
Yeah.
of barriers, and we're also mindful of the fact
Yeah.
that they are young adults who have other things that.
Yeah, just to, it's 45% earning a credential or completing an apprenticeship. But the blueprint goes on to say, we hope that those credentials are through apprenticeship. So you could earn a credential
So
through
like a CTE
standalone-
completer.
you could do a course and a set of courses and earn that credential, but not do an apprenticeship. But the blueprint stakeholders, especially that CTE committee, which is going to be full of employers and myself, it's going to be housed in, you know, on the governor's workforce development board. They're going to be focused on this apprenticeship piece because that's the mandate. But it's 45% earning a credential or completing an apprenticeship. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Bartley.
That was an excellent presentation, well written, well coordinated. A couple of things that I'd like to, a couple of things I'd like to compliment you on and highlight are the protections that you put in place to protect the students and to make sure that they're not being exploited by employers. And it's very detailed with regards to the protection, safety measures that you all put in place. I have a couple of questions. Does the employer provide curriculum, or does the LEA with regards to the skill set, knowledge, and needed for the apprentice to be most effective?
It depends. The employer may provide the instruction. It may come from the school system. As I said, it may come from a community college or from an online program. So it depends on what they want the student to know. They may have an in-house training program that the student would use for the related instruction. It could be a CTE program that let's say they say Construction 3. They have Construction 3, I'm just throwing that out, made it, and the student has already completed that or is in the process of completing it, that would be the related instruction. So there's a lot of flexibility on where that student would receive that related instruction.
And the second question I have, it's unrelated to the first one, but how does the apprenticeships in Maryland 45% goal jibe with the college-ready and college admissions standpoint? Is there, of the graduates, 57,000 graduates, if the goal is for 25,000 of these graduates to work in apprenticeships, would that affect these students meeting the requirements of testing and receiving the requisite education to test as high as they can to get into college or university?
So 60% of our graduates now go off to college. And then there's, of course, gaps between subgroups and such. And so just to kind of give you a sense, and then there's that other 40. So that's how the Kirwan Commission started benchmarking against it, and also just looking at other nations and states on, like, college is not for everyone, but we also want our graduates with a diploma to jump into a field where they, can have self-sustaining job, don't have to be on government assistance and everything else. What's that going to take? And so, and you heard from Jennifer, we're not going to do an apprenticeship on cleaning a floor. It's going to be much more than that. And so that's how essentially they benchmark and set these goals. And then, testing is not just for college. There's tests related to the apprenticeship too, as you earn those credentials and such. Now, it might look differently. It's not always a bubble test. It might be a demonstration of things. I was in the CTE center in Dorchester County, and you walk into a room with all the nursing beds and the I don't think they call them dummies now, but the pretend human beings. It's kind of scary when you walk in with the lights off, but basically they have to do a demonstration and get scored on that. Like, there's different aspects of it. So
final question, what is the ideal student for the apprenticeship program?
Is there an answer to that question? I mean, look at all the different haircut styles. And I mean, there's no ideal student, I would say. Motivated, right? Jennifer, do you want to, because you've engaged directly with some of them, what have you noticed about them?
So many, such a variety of students. We've had a student who is a sports writer for the Hagerstown Herald. We have students, we have an NSA, a foreign language analyst program apprenticeship with them. So those students have to be proficient in certain foreign languages. We have construction. We have, it varies. We've had Washington County, and I know Wycomico we were working with, have their apprentices through their wastewater treatment facility, which, you know, is so glamorous to all high school kids, but it's a great apprenticeship with a great future. So it really just sort of depends on, you know, a lot of times I think people feel that the student isn't going to college. Well, it's not necessarily the truth. It's maybe that this is what they want to experience now, or they want to get experience to see if this is something that they're interested in. We sort of call this whole process like a long match.com. You know, the business is sort of seeing how it goes, the student is, and how is it? Is it a good match? You know, I wish we could say this is what the student looks like, but it's just like every other high school
And
student.
apprenticeships are for introverts as well as extroverts.
Yeah.
There's also for students who are at risk at dropping out, just like college is, as Danny King would say in Texas. Like it spans the gamut, but it's about matching to that passion, that interest, and everything else, right? I'm sure, you know, the one who works at Insultech and what her workday looks like versus Alan's, you know, is very different. She did that work virtually, and then his is hands-on. He can't do that work virtually. So it's a great question, but I don't think I would ever publish a guide that says the key qualities of a great apprenticeship. I mean, there are some things, obviously, motivated, dedicated, showing up, getting sleep, make sure your alarm goes off, get ready, get on the, you know, show up on time, the things that we do every day as adults, hopefully. And so, but you know, we'll continue to look at different qualities, but we want to make sure apprenticeships are open to all types of students from all walks of life.
Great presentation.
Dr. Getty, and then Ms. Chang, and then we'll check with Ms. Howley and Mr. DeShiel.
I really appreciate Jennifer's exuberance about apprenticeships. Before I retired, I was the internship coordinator at a high school, so I really can identify, I could talk forever about how great those experiences are in leading students to the right pathway for them in the future. My question is, on page 20, it lists your employers, the broad categories, and one of my greatest pleasures in working with students at the high school level was in agriculture. And so why is agriculture not a category for apprenticeships? I think you're really missing something.
We actually do have businesses that are,
so it's
we
under
do.
businesses.
Just
Okay,
this
great.
particular school year, no, we didn't have any students actually apprenticing it, but we have several across the state, companies that are ag businesses.
Because I would do vets and seed companies as well as farms with horses and milking cows and all kinds of great things. Those students are really immersed in that idea.
Baltimore County took advantage of Maryland Leads to launch a CTE site that is dedicated to agricultural and sciences and
Perfect.
everything else, and they want to scale apprenticeships through that.
Okay, thank you. And I have a question about safety regs. Do you come across any Department of Labor regulations that keep students from participating based on their age, or a rule about machinery and things like that?
Because it's an apprenticeship, there's a lot of go-arounds for that. There are some businesses like tree cutting. They have to be at least 18. There's no way around that. That's not an apprenticeable job for us. Working in a blast mine furnace, can't do it. I don't know why we would want to, but anyway, you can't do it. But because of that one-on-one mentor, we're able to bypass it. I do know a lot of times companies will say, our insurance won't allow us. So labor will go back and say, well, check with your insurance company. And out of all the businesses we had, we've only had one company that came back and their insurance said, no, we just can't hire anybody under 18. The rest came back and said, we can do this. So it's really because it's an apprenticeship and that one-on-one mentor, we're able to work around
There are
it.
some conversations happening around workers' comp and what the state could do to enable insurers to be okay with this more. So I had a conversation with someone in the assembly around that. So these are just, again, other things to make sure they're not barriers. As much as, my middle school self would like to operate a chainsaw and take, it's just not, it's not the right thing sometimes to do.
One more question. What happens to the student who starts down this pathway and then they really don't like what they're doing? That answers a great question for them in their planning, but what does it do to their schedule when they say, I'm out, I'm not doing this for the 3 years?
You go back to the standard schedule, and that's why we're going to start looking at completion more accurately, and you would have to essentially fall back and make sure you're still on track to get the diploma and everything else. You would just have a unique schedule, and you would have all this opening during your day, so you fill it with back to your standard set of courses or electives or other things you may want to do that is no longer a job, basically. So, but they wouldn't go off track because all of these apprentices are on track towards graduating high school with a diploma, and some are even earning dual credit and other things as well. So that would never go away because they're on track, just doing a flexible schedule to get there. Yep.
Okay. Thank you so much for today.
Thank you. Ms. Jang?
Yeah, thank you for all the data. I like numbers. Yeah, the first question is that I see the slide 18, the number kind of students, probably doubles. But in terms of the employers, that the number dramatically kind of increase, especially the year of 2020, and on. Is there any kind of impact because of the pandemic? I lost a lot of employees, but then they have to kind of quickly grab somebody who can fill up the spots.
Definitely pandemic, but also just it's becoming more normal and cool to do an apprenticeship. Washington County is driving those numbers. They have an apprenticeship coordinator. I had done a roundtable with them this year, and it's a point of pride. And I met the employer and I met the student, and the employer and the student, and they just are going all in. Like they are going to break 100, and they already are. And so it's really Washington County that's driving that growth. If all of our school systems were moving at that pace, right, then we would see a more dramatic jump. There you can see regionally what that looks like. But again, the industries available matter and what you can access and things like that. So as we have more registered employers that are now bound just by geographic landscape, right, you can work, virtually or in another sense, that should help as well. But Washington County is like the driver in terms of growth.
Thank you. And my second question is about the 45% goal. Like Ms. MacArthur think, it's like, it's too high. And we only have how many years? 6, 7? 6, 7, 8.
Kerwin Commission said it. I did not set it.
Yeah.
Although I appreciate goals that are within arm's length and stretch. Right. That's definitely stretch and adding more hands to my hands. And I think, we swing for the fences and we see where we land. If we go from 7 to 25, 7 to 35, that is success. That is not failure. And so there's a lot that can happen between 8 years, and we could talk about what those goals look like, and we'll learn things on challenges and why, and are we getting enough employers and slots and students and everything else? Are we solving, some transportation challenges? But yes, it is an ambitious goal, but it's not insane, I would say. Maybe the 8 years is very, very ambitious, but it's not insane in terms of the number of graduates who go into CTE, right? Like that's already a thing where you kind of see this 50-50 split of college and students who more have a CTE focus, and some are CTE and college, because that is actually normal as well. So the goal is not off, it's just what we need to do to get there, and our starting base is definitely ambitious, yeah.
Yeah, so my focus is that what are the very aggressive kind of recruitment or proactively go out to reach out those potential candidates?
Yeah, we just gotta have, a statewide campaign on, here are thousands of apprenticeship slots across this many employers, school systems, get your students prepared and into them. And so, because as you heard, there's a wait list with some employers, so where's the other employers who are running auto body shops not wanting to do this across the state? Where are they with this? And you also should think about some of it's not also just like modern companies. You can do plumbing, electrician, and other things as well. Let's not forget about those classic jobs that have, but how do you get that industry to want to host an apprenticeship? And are the incentives right for them to want to do this as well? Because there is front-end costs, right? Like when you're creating just like teacher residencies, it's a cost more than what it would be just to hire from the market. But there are major payoffs in terms of pipeline and sustainability as well. Yep.
And I promise this is my last question. By reading and slide number 6, you have that up and down arrows, the blue,
the study
yellow,
that
the
was
green.
done, yep.
Right. So once we get this many students hitting our quota, and then we have a demand and oversupplies, how can we manage that?
I think that's the job of all of the CTE committee to make sure that Maryland's credentials, certifications are going to industries that are in demand, and we're not technically you can get some of these certifications and check off the credential check mark and be like, oh, that's 45, that percent of that graduate got it. But whether they're employable or not, like this study was a very important study. Burning Glass Institute worked with Excel and Ed that does a lot of policy work. I know Senator Bates is well aware of this, but they study job descriptions galore. Like they obsess about them and they look at them, and I actually do want to invite them to do a presentation, and essentially they revealed that states actually don't do a good job of matching to what actually employers want. And you hear employers say, well, we're not getting the employers we want. And so great, you got them a certification in Microsoft, but and you get an accountability point on that from this, and we really need to look at our accountability system, like what are we rewarding versus are we rewarding like matching to what's needed. So I don't think we have a problem with we will ever have a problem with over demand. We're just giving out things that are not worth unmarketable in the market right now. So I hate to say it like that, but that's what this is showing.
Okay,
so.
Thank you.
We'll just check with Ms. Howley. Did you have a question?
I do. Thank you. And thank you for the presentation. My question is along the lines of things I've asked before. I know to reach this goal, we'll have to reach out through all of the state, but currently we see that there are underserved areas in the state where there aren't apprentice programs. Are there any initiatives specifically focused to make these available to students in those areas?
Jennifer, do you want to share some of the work that we're doing and what some of those, even though they're enrolled in app, but they don't have apprenticeship, what the state, the district staff are telling you?
Great. Actually, Apprenticeship Maryland is in 21 of the 24 local school systems. Right now, Cecil, Garrett, and Somerset are the only ones that don't have the program. I know with Garrett, we've had many conversations, and I believe not this school year, but next year's school year, they're planning on bringing it on board. They wanted to make sure that they had enough employers to really warrant the program, which the navigator out there is wonderful. They've been working with the Workforce Development Board, and they're developing apprenticeships out there. So I believe next school year they'll be bringing it on. Cecil, it's the same, what's happening with most school systems, they don't have the manpower at this point. They really want to do it. They're hoping that they'll be able to find that person. Because if you think of a school system, it takes a dedicated person to do this, but that means maybe pulling them from something else. And with already a teacher shortage and, not having enough people to do it, can you really justify pulling somebody from a classroom or from a work-based learning situation to monitor 2 kids? Because we don't really, in the beginning, you don't want huge numbers. You want small numbers. You want to be able to get a good foothold in the door. You want to have a quality program. And then once, we always say start small, start and to get mighty. And just, once you're able to get going, the numbers will increase as you've seen. The very first year we did this, we had, in the very first pilot year, we had 11 at the end of the year, and we now have 186 as of last school year. So it is growing. Somerset is in the same boat. They're looking at this. They want to do it. We're hoping within the next school year. I work with the school systems. I try to, give as much support as we can to have them do it. We have a few that it's taken a little bit to get started. We have a few school systems that the numbers are small. I do know, like with Baltimore City, they didn't have any last year, but they do have one for this coming school year. So they're starting to get there. So it's being able to get that right person in place, that right coordinator working with the navigator, and just getting those good feet in the door and being able to get started. But we're working on it. I do believe our numbers will go up.
In those areas that have really light blue, like Hartford and Kent and Worcester, it's available, but they don't have any students that are interested? Is that the right way to read the chart?
Yes. Besides the 3, besides Garrett, Cecil, and Somerset, all the other ones have Apprenticeship Maryland. I know with Hartford, they just are getting started. So they literally brought it on within the past year. So they've gone through, they've had some changes around with the coordinator, but they now have somebody in place who I met with probably about 2 weeks ago. And so we've come up with some good ideas of how to get started. So.
Yeah, I think.
And how about Baltimore City?
They're working on it. They're in the process. As I said, they didn't have any last year, but they have one so far for this current school year. So I believe those numbers will go up. It's just, once again, it's getting the right people in place.
I think there's several things. I think, some would say we're still in the middle of that shift between what CTE was considered versus what Blueprint wants to see through apprenticeships. We may have been around doing this for 5 years, but really, if you kind of go out there, like, people are still embracing the idea of apprenticeship. Our employers are still embracing it. So any statewide campaign is going to basically, I predict, is going to start taking off, especially as the CTE committee comes together, because their absolute obsession is going to be this thing. That's what it is. And Msde, labor, everyone else, and the governor and the future governor and the assembly, they looked at Switzerland, like 70% of their youth are in apprenticeships, right? Like it's how the country is run. And so that's where we're going to have to really channel that energy, and it's going to take much more, right? I think once we have, look at all these apprenticeship slots that are just going unfilled, right? I think as we start getting to that point more, you're going to see school systems stepping up, regardless of staffing structure and whatnot. It just will become very normal. Unfortunately, we have several school systems that has already charted the path, but we just do really need to get more employers offering more slots. To me, that's the ultimate branding and initiative to make that happen. Look at, 500 apprenticeship slots that are just empty now. Who's going to take these, right? And I think it doesn't matter whether you're in a specific region. At a certain point, a student may cross the bridge to come to the core to do an apprenticeship if their schedule allows for it. And so I think that's the one. And then that mindset shift is still happening. When I talk to people, they're like, CTE is still seen as just earning credentials and, completing courses versus jumping into a high demand field while you're in high school. So that mindset shift is still happening. We also are in the department in conversations on how we leverage all of the grant making we do to channel it towards that as well too. So.
Thank you.
I'd like to now go to Mr. DeShield and then to General Sumter.
Just a quick comment. 45% of high school students is a lot. I know we've all been challenged by that.
25,000 kids, that's 25,000 kids.
It's 25,000 kids, which is a lot of kids. At any rate.
We have 900,000, but yeah, but we have 52,000 graduates.
I think one of the challenges is to find those areas of interest that kind of pique the kids' interest in what they want to do. I mean, I think it's important to get employers to offer, but we've got to have employers offering opportunities that really pique the interest of the kids who want to participate. And that's a challenge. I think imagination, you mentioned it, is a key word, because I think you do have to imagine programs that you know kids will be attracted to, and having their input on this is what I want. This is not just, well, here's an opportunity and I can take advantage of that, but here's what I really want to do. And to do that, that will attract, I think, kids, a lot. And as Dr. Getty says, agriculture, I'm from Wycomico. Marion and I are agricultural folks from Wycomico County. And, you know, there are a lot of opportunities. We think about poultry, for instance. That's a big deal in our community. You know, General Sumter knows about our area, too. He can identify with that. But it's a huge industry on the shore. And in our county particularly, I mean, agriculture is the number one means of people earning a living. And I mean, that includes all kinds of water opportunities as well as chickens and other. My point is, there are a lot of things, if we use our imagination, that might attract kids who are accustomed to their experience in their particular county, that they would be attracted to. So it's a great presentation. I think we have lots of opportunity, but getting to find the things kids are interested in doing is, I think, a key component. So I wish you the best in doing that. There's lots of great opportunities out there, and I think we can be imaginative and think of them.
Imagination is the word. I'm not going to do Gene Wilder and sing with you about imagination, but it is definitely the key thing. You're wishing us the best. You're on the board. You're with me in this, so don't try to do it. You are responsible as well. So wish me the best. I wish you and I the best.
Dr. Getty suggests that the board be responsible, each board member be responsible for 10 apprenticeships. By next meeting.
By next meeting.
I don't know if I want you to apprentice it, make your job apprenticeable, though. That's a lot of people.
General Sumter.
A lot of, I want to talk about, it's already been spoken about, but I'm looking at knowing the state very well. And we've got to remember that the central part of the state has a lot of different jobs and things happening. Again, the Lower Shore and Western Maryland. I think the last big employer in Allegheny County was, Kelly Springfield, leaving 10, 12 years ago, whenever it was, and several others. So, and down where we are, yes, Wycomico and Worcester have manufacturing, and they have hospitality in Ocean City, and we play a little bit with Wallops Island now and then because they're federal, another state. I'm thinking, are you all looking at perhaps setting up some regional folks where you can expand for the kids that are in counties that don't have manufacturing? They have watermen, they have the chicken houses, the farmers. We have ECI, the correctional institution, but they can't go in there. But UMES, they're the University of Maryland Eastern Shore. There are two big employers in our county, but very little of anything else in the county. I think to make it interesting for the kids and tweak all those interests, don't just think in that county. We need to start thinking regionally. And what made me think about it while you were talking, where Chip lives and where Ms. Thomas lives, you will see more Delaware tags on the cars in Salisbury than you will see Maryland. And where I live, I see more Virginia tags coming up from Virginia because Delmarva is Delmarva. It's seen that way. So how do we get across the state lines and maybe work with other superintendents in other states? Because there are things in Delaware and a few things in Accomack County and Northampton County that might interest. But you get to Allegheny and Garrett, they're looking at PA and West Virginia tags, and there's not a lot of manufacturing out there, so.
It's a regional strategy, you're absolutely right. It's not, it can't be limited to the lines. I mean, that's where the Maryland as a whole is trying to get our youth, right, to be able to have these opportunities, and they have to be bounded to a statewide strategy across regions. So it's about bringing more employers to a specific region. It's about creating opportunities in a region. It's about having customized opportunities that are unique to that region. And then, I think that work can't just be Msde alone, because we don't hold all the tools for that, but that's a conversation that we're gonna need everyone to be able to push for, from the governor to Annapolis to all the way down to labor, commerce, and Msde and beyond.
Well, before we finish, I'd just like to make a motion that we move the shipbuilding from Salisbury to Salisbury. Well, thank you, and I really encourage looking regionally because it will open more doors for the students and for the employers.
Yeah.
Any other comments? Excellent presentation. And when Ms. Hallie and I spoke with the business community a couple of years ago, what was really interesting was they didn't talk about college graduates. What they talked about were we need folks that can come out and start working right out of high school. And they were really interested with people with good basic skills, but also a level of maturity that they would actually be job ready. I mean, these would be folks that would show up, have learned how to work, show up every day, work hard every day. And that's what it was just sort of struck in the conversation that's what they were talking mostly about. It wasn't college graduates. They're talking about, it was a range of different types of companies, but they were saying we just need people that can show, we can teach them sort of whatever our industry is if we can just get people. So one of the advantages of the apprenticeship is that it helps the students learn how to work. So excellent.
Great. This team did an amazing job, and they to put this together. So I definitely thank them for putting together. And this presentation would not have worked without Jennifer's energy. So let her know next time. Just say right away, you're going to do this presentation. And so we'll definitely be bringing her back to give you updates as this continues to scale.
So if there's no objection, we'll take a break. What?
Can I add just one thing?
Yes,
we
sir.
have a COMAR item. Could we possibly knock that out and then take the break? Because you have COMAR and one more presentation left. It's up to you guys. Or you take your break and we can do COMAR.
The thing I like about this is I got, yes, we'll do the COMAR.
Okay.
And I begin to look even more reasonable as this goes on.
I'm just saying, you get these awesome presentations. I told you I would fill that 15 minutes.
These are great.
Yeah.
Seriously. Excellent presentations.
Right. So we are bringing an item to publish. It's a new set of regulations. It's in response to our childcare community, something that they've been asking for. Last meeting, you guys created flexibilities for conditional certifications. This is opening up another pathway for a specific subset in our childcare community to be able to prepare and further, level up and such, because the blueprint requires them, right, to embrace high-quality instruction and credentials in order to ultimately receive higher levels funding and such. But we have to be able to do it with flexibility. And so we have responded by introducing these regs that we would like to publish and for your consideration. So I'll let Stephen tell you the who, what, where, and why around that, since he lives and breathes it. So go ahead.
Great. Thank you, Superintendent. Good afternoon, President Crawford and the members of the Maryland State Board of Education. My name is Stephen Hicks, Assistant State Superintendent for the Division of Early Childhood. We are coming to you today with a request to publish amended regulations for COMAR 13A.15, Family Child Care. Amendments are being proposed to permit family child care providers to operate educational programs in non-public nursery schools. Currently, the educational programs are permitted in other types of child care facilities in Maryland under COMAR 13A.16, child care centers, COMAR 13A.17, letters of compliance, and COMAR 13A.18, large family child care homes. In COMAR 13A.15.01, the regulation is amended at .02b to add a definition of nursery school and other related definitions that we need. In COMAR 13A.15.04, the regulation is amended at .03c to make clear that the maximum total capacity of a family child care home that operates an educational program may not exceed 8 children, with no more than 2 children younger than 2 years old. COMAR 13A.15.13 now sets out the regulations that govern the operation of educational programs in non-public nursery schools for family child care homes, while COMAR 13A.15.14 now governs inspections, complaints, and enforcements. Those are just renumbering of those regulations. In COMAR 13A.15.14, the regulation is only amended at .09d to update the cross-reference for appeals of civil citations. Similarly, the chapters for administrative hearings and public access to licensing records are renumbered as COMAR 13A.15.15 and .16 respectively. No changes have been made to any other regulations in those chapters. Many children from low-income families receive child care in family child care homes. Expanding educational programs to family child care homes is consistent with the Kerwin Commission recommendations and the blueprint legislation to phase in high-quality pre-kindergarten to enable children from economically challenging circumstances to begin kindergarten ready to learn, like their peers from high-income families. Additionally, in order for a family child care provider to participate in Maryland's pre-kindergarten program, a provider must have a P-3 teaching certification or be enrolled in an alternative or traditional preparation program. Only educators at public schools and private schools, including non-public nurseries, may participate in an alternative preparation program. One way to allow participation in an alternative teacher preparation program is for the family child care provider to be permitted to operate as a non-public nursery. The Office of Child Care Advisory Council requested the regulation change, as Mr. Chaudhry referenced, to allow family child care programs to operate as non-public nurseries so they could participate in an alternative preparation program and secure their P-3 certification through that route. The proposed regulation change was reviewed by the Office of the Attorney General. Therefore, we request permission to publish the proposed amendments. Thank you.
The floor is now open for questions about the amendment. Ms. McCusker?
I did have a question. As I read this, the way that I understand how it has to work is if you are a family home provider, you, in addition to being the teacher. You have to have an administrator that administers the educational component.
So that is the same as the large family childcare. We basically modeled it after that, and it can be the same person.
Oh, it can?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
But you do have to have a person looking after the kids while you are also taking your classes. So we
Oh,
didn't
okay.
just say you could watch the kids and.
Oh, right.
Like we also
Right,
added
but
that
there had,
component.
okay,
Sure.
so,
Yeah, yeah.
but they don't necessarily have to.
That's right, and that's how it would
Administrator
work
and-
in
okay.
large family childcare homes as well, where there might be only one person in that capacity. Yeah.
So this isn't some kind of new thing that we're springing on.
No,
Okay.
all the non-public nursery regulations require this.
Okay, great,
So
thank
we're
you.
being consistent across all the settings. That will be challenging, perhaps, for a family childcare
Mm-hmm.
provider, but we wanted to make this pathway available.
Okay, thank you.
Seeing no other questions of clarification, I'm sorry, General Sumter.
Do you have the staff to do what is required of MSDE to manage this? Because it's a lot of follow-up and visits, and there have been complaints in the past of missing deadlines and things such as that. Can we truly, with fidelity, manage this regulation?
I appreciate that question. We don't know what the demand will be. These are already licensed family childcare homes, so they already have a licensing specialist assigned to them, and they just have to do additional requirements and work with their licensing specialist that's already assigned to secure the status of non-public nursery. So I don't think that will be a capacity issue necessarily, but we will definitely monitor that to make sure that we can fulfill our promise to supporting family childcare programs.
I just mentioned that because when we hear from the legislature quite frequently is when we fail on our end to provide the guidance and the assistance these folks need.
Yeah, I appreciate that, and I think we'll have to,
I should really be talking to the superintendent.
well, we'll have to monitor the progress and the demand.
The childcare is a very complex, Stephen and Deanne did that deep dive. There's 7,000 providers. We have to enforce safety and regulations while also supporting them in stabilizing them coming out of COVID, while also helping them level up with the mandates of the blueprint, which means you're asking people who work full-time with a high school diploma or maybe some education to earn a certification and associate's, a bachelor's, while competing with the expansion of public pre-K. No one wants to say that out loud, but that's what's happening, right? And so, our regional licensing specialists do very difficult work, and it requires a bachelor's degree. I believe that the pay could be more competitive, and it's something I'll want to explore in the future. But they work closely with our legal team to enforce actions, and every closure is an emotionally charged experience. I get a call from a legislator. This parent is upset. You closed up their, childcare. Well, and they want to know why. Well, we can't tell them why because there's something serious that happened, and we have to. And some of that is dictated by federal and state law, and some of that is COMAR. And so it's not necessarily about just staff always, it's also about execution and also having, making sure on the front end, we're approving providers who are gonna be strong and not have to be able to pass an inspection and things like that. But the demand around growing and leveling up their credentials and education, that is right now only taking off. So that is something that we're looking at, and alternative pathways are gonna be a big deal on that. So I appreciate the question.
I guess I ask because there's so many great things in the blueprint. There's lots of money, but we never know when the money's not going to be there to support what we need to do. And so if there's any unfunded demands, we need to know that so that we can go back and address it before we get the phone calls.
I appreciate
Thank you.
that. I know who I'm taking to Annapolis with me this year.
Any other questions?
I have a question.
Yes, Ms. Howley.
Could you just clarify the space part of the proposal it talks about it being other space than the living space. Could you speak to that a little bit?
Yes, certainly, and I appreciate that question as well. So we feel that for an education program, it has to be a separate space. This is also required in the large family childcare homes as well. So if you're going to be administering this educational program for 3 and 4-year-olds for high quality pre-K, it has to be set up like a classroom, like a space for instructional practice. Also, we have in the regulation that if you are going to do a combination of an educational program for 3 and 4-year-olds, or even 2, 3, and 4-year-olds, that you also, and you're going to do childcare, you're going to have another adult to do the childcare portion, because one person can't be doing the education program and at the same time caring for infants and toddlers, right?
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions of clarification? Seeing no further questions of clarification, the floor is now open for a motion to publish COMAR 13A.15 Family Child Care.
I
Mr.
make a
Bartley.
motion that we approve this COMAR. Excuse me.
Thank you. Mr. Bartley, a motion, and then seconded by Dr. Getty. Floor is now open for discussion. Seeing no discussion, the floor is now open for a vote. Those in favor, please say aye and raise your hand.
Aye.
Ms. Halley?
I said aye.
Okay, I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you over myself. I was making too much noise. Any dissent? No abstentions.
Motion carried.
Very good. All righty. So we'll break now and return at 2 o'clock?
And then we'll do that last presentation on the state assessment.
Yes. Okay, great.
Thank you.
Very good, thank you.
baby is sometimes sleeping through the night. I thought you were asking, is the superintendent sleeping through the night? Definitely not.
Baby isn't, you're not.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. We're reconvening, and the topic that we'll be dealing with right now is the standard setting process, state assessments, overview, and update for the spring of 2022 results. That's under tab E. Superintendent.
Yes, I'm going to call up Chandra again. I believe her voice is rested
Yes.
for the final presentation of the day that I'm sure that will elicit questions. So this presentation is both serves as a 101, just a reminder of our state assessment program and all that it entails. It also gives a timeline over just what has occurred within the last 2 years and what's coming on the horizon. And then also answers the question about where are the spring 2022 results and why isn't Msde releasing them? It's not because I'm holding them, in behind for some reason. It's because we truly are in a situation where we have to standard set that test. And I'll let Chandra, I don't want to give the highlight or the takeaway of the message before she gives the presentation, but this is responding to stakeholders' inquiries on that, responding to just where we are, and also just to further remind of like when everything is fully in place, where we're going with our state assessment system. And so there's a lot of exciting things as well too, both in like reduction in time, as well as fast reporting and things like that. But before all that can happen, there is this really nerdy 6-month-long process called standard setting that needs to happen. And I'll let Chandra explain what all that entails. So with that, Chandra.
Hello. Everybody is rested and had lunch. All right. So I'm going to go through a few chapters. The first one is just a reminder in regards to the assessment requirements. So as every state is, we have the Every Student Succeeds Act, requires the states to assess students annually in grades 3 through 8, and once in high school in English language arts, mathematics, and science. And each assessment used for federal accountability and for reporting to fulfill the ESSA requirements must go through a federal peer review where a state demonstrates the technical soundness of its assessment system. So I don't know if that's been presented to you previously, but that's just a reminder that every single assessment administered by every state does go through a federal peer review process. And so the quality of Maryland's assessment system is developed with the assistance of technical advisors and is also checked for quality through that review process. We do have a couple of state requirements. As a reminder, we have COMAR that requires the students be assessed in government in high school and social studies in grade 8. That's not a federal requirement, that's a state requirement. And of course, our diploma, a student must meet the graduation assessment requirements to receive a graduation diploma. So this just outlines, again, the assessments. The MCAP also, I'll just read it. The Maryland Comprehensive Assessment Program, otherwise known as MCAP, does provide information to educators, families, and the public on the progress students and schools are making on the Maryland State Content Standards. The MCAP just also fulfills the federal and state requirements. So there's the 4 content areas across the top: math, ELA, science, and social studies. We have the general education assessments where we have the grade 3 through 8. We have for high school, for math, we have Algebra 1, Geometry, Algebra 2, ELA Literacy, grade 10. We have the Life Science Maryland Integrated Science Assessment, LS-MISA, and then we have government. We also have alternate assessments for every federally mandated assessment, and we are working towards making sure we have those alternate assessments for the government in grade 8 as well. English learners have access and alt access. That's administered for our students learning English language in grades K through 12 and the KRA, Kindergarten Readiness Assessment. So MCAP overview, this is highlights where we're trying to go in a lot of ways. We're getting there. So the MCAP assessment blueprint, not the same blueprint, but every assessment does have a blueprint in regards to the assessment and what it measures. It emphasizes assessing students on those college and career readiness standards, and the results are geared towards ensuring students are progressing and receiving the necessary supports. All assessments times have been shortened in length from previous administrations, and they have been psychometrically supported to provide equitable information to previously provided assessment results. So we work very hard at making sure that we can compare assessment results over time. MCAP reporting will now start to embrace a growth mindset. We are rolling out new language for reporting student performance levels. We also are transitioning to become computer adaptive tests in the spring of 2023. And as in Life Science Maryland Integrated Science Assessment, Msde and government are transitioning currently to end-of-course exams worth 20% of a student's course grade. So I know in 1920 we didn't administer assessments, 21 we had a shortened test in the fall, but now we're gearing up for where we are planning to go with our MCAP program. This just highlights the reduction in testing times. So if you see over to the right, for example, in the orange row, math 3 through 5, we have 4 units. Each of those units is 40 minutes in length, and the total testing time is 160. We continuously assess our testing times to make sure we are both psychometrically sound and as short as possible. Just as a reminder that each of these assessments is a summative assessment, so it does need to assess all of the standards that are taught in that school year. So the Maryland Department of Education sets a calendar each year. Local education agencies do have flexibility in choosing within that state window when they test their kids. So they can test all 4 units in one day, they can spread them out over 4 days, they can spread them out over several weeks. So the LEAs really do determine how many days students are assessed and whether they take multiple units on a day. So these are the performance level descriptions that we are moving towards. You will see we are moving to 4 levels instead of the previous 5. The highest level is a distinguished learner, on down to proficient learner, developing learner, and beginning learner. So I'm just going to read level 3 proficient learner. This is a learner that demonstrate proficiency. The students are prepared for the next grade level or course and are on track for college and career readiness. Moving down to, say, the beginning learners, they do not yet demonstrate proficiency. The students need substantial academic support to be prepared for the next grade level or course and to be on track for college and career readiness. We're really working on demonstrating where a student is in the learning trajectory and highlighting the need for supports when needed. As a reminder, and what I highlighted earlier is that we are moving towards a computer adaptive test. So this is, it's a computer adaptive test. There can be a whole entire slide deck on that, so I'm going to work to summarize it at a very high level. But for ELA and math, those are the tests that in the spring of 2023, they will be a computer adaptive test or a CAT. This current past administration was administered as a fixed form test, and this just highlights the difference. We've been a fixed form test for a number of years, but what that is the items, the assessment items, have to cover the full range of performance on all of the performance levels in order to really allow for the determination of where a student is. So the items, the assessment items, are spread along the whole spectrum from easy questions to hard questions, with the greatest number of the assessment items around the cut scores, particularly the proficient cut. So the benefit of a computer adapted test is the student will be given an initial set of items, and then depending on how that student performs on this set of items, that determines the difficulty level of the next set of items. And so students will continue to be assessed on items that fall in a range, which continues to narrow until it can land on a student's performance level. So some of the benefits, there is a potential for the reduction of test length and testing time. mainly because you don't have to have that full spectrum of assessments questions. You can isolate and narrow down with fewer questions. There is test security, which is a benefit nowadays. Every student has a different test. Student tests are varied in an item order and an item content. And when you're looking at assessment results at the state, district, school, and grade level, when you're assessing a large number of students, you can actually get a benefit in regards to content coverage and assessing where your students are, particularly when it gets aggregated. That's not a benefit necessarily at a student level, but it is when you're aggregating it. So the transition timeline. So we've started this process pre-pandemic. We had a timeline. So we were to transition to some of the things I've highlighted in the school year 2019-2020 that obviously was derailed, and the timeline was shifted by 2 years. So what you see here is the original timeline with a revised timeline, very high level, with some highlights in regards to the major milestones. So we have the first year where we're administering the 4 performance levels. We go through a standard process in 2020, and then we were going to move to 21 for a computer-adapted test. That's all shifted, same milestones, but now we just administered 21-22, the first year of the MCAP. That's the new assessment, new items. 22, we are going through that standard setting process right now, and we still are planning to do CAT in the 22-23 school year. And I just want to highlight, you'll see a footnote at the bottom, that we are going through standard setting for 2022 based on the assessments from the winter and the spring of 21-22. The early fall assessments from last fall were shortened. There were only 2 units, and they didn't cover enough content standards to support a standard setting process. So we do have to go through that process this summer. So this is a repeat of the original slide, just highlighting all of the assessments that we are going through standard setting right now. So in math, grade 3 through 8 are going through a standard setting process this summer. Same with ELA. The science, we actually have already previously done the standard setting, and I'm going to be providing those results later. Grade 8, we're going to be doing those in the future. The Algebra 1 geometry, grade 10, all of these assessments are going through standard setting process. The alternate assessments, English learner assessments, and KRA do not need to go through a standard setting process at this time. So very high level look at the standard setting process. So standard setting is a standardized process used to set performance standards and determine the cut scores used to place students into performance levels. And the purpose really for the standard setting in Maryland is to have the subject matter experts make item level judgments, which when aggregate generate panel recommended cut scores. I'm going to go into that a little bit on the future slides. But in Maryland, we do have a history, and I think we promote this, really welcoming Maryland educators to this process. Those are our panelists, those are our subject matter experts, are our Maryland educators. And this map here highlights currently where our educators are coming from. We are continually expanding that and looking to make it as diverse as possible, but those are our experts when they're making these decisions. Maryland will standard set 16 assessments through the summer and early fall. So there's quite a few assessments, and it's a very lengthy and rigorous process. So just as a reminder, the standard setting process is required after the first year of any new assessment. And so obviously we have quite a few new assessments. And so once the assessment window closed in this past 2022, the work immediately began. We didn't wait. One of the challenges with our pandemic is that we have new assessment items that we were not necessarily able to field test. And so what we have to do is go through a process called range finding, where our educators are building consensus around student responses at specific score points. Just as a reminder, in Maryland, we don't just have multiple choice questions. We have constructed response questions. And so we have our educators looking at hundreds of open response questions and determining what is a performance level 1 response, what is a performance level 2 response, really going through that range finding process and building consensus. So once that process is completed, then we use rubrics, and every one of the 2022 items are scored. There's a significant data review process for all of these, where student responses are checked to make sure that the items are valid, they're psychometrically defensible, accurately measure what students know and can do. And the data review process also includes item properties in regards to the difficulty of an item, whether or not the item differentiates between one student or another in regards to their performance. They look at score point distribution analysis and an examination of whether items function differently across student groups. So all of that is part of that review process to make sure we have a valid and psychometrically sound outcome of the standard setting process. So during the standard setting process, Msde, alongside educators and assessment experts, define and finalize those levels of proficiency and cut scores, and they map those to performance levels. That's the end goal. And so just another visual to help visualize the process. So Msde's Technical Advisory Committee recommended the modified Angoff method for the standard setting process, and this is a process that is commonly used across the nation, particularly for providing those recommendations for achievement tests. And so how it works at a very high level is panelists in Maryland, those are our teachers and educators, they examine those test items and they estimate the probability that a borderline student or a student that just met a performance level will correctly answer each item on the test. So you're looking at whether or not a student will, if a performance level 1 student will answer this question correctly, a performance level 2, will this student answer that test question correctly, and so forth. So then an overall score for each student at each performance level becomes that panelist's recommended cut score for that performance level. I just boiled down a massive list of a process into 2 bullet points, but that is essentially what is being done, is that if you look at the visual over to the right, you have level 1, level 2, level 3, level 4, and you're looking at those borderline spaces in regards to what can a level 1 or a level 2 student be able to answer around those cut points, and then you determine that cut score for each of the panelists. It is a very thorough, it is time intensive, but the focus of this standard setting process really is on the content and what a student should know, and not necessarily about the differentiation of scores across the state. All right, so what do our educators face when they're going through a standard setting process? This is an example of day 1 through day 5 of a standard setting process. The first day is full of information in regards to what is the modified Angoff method, what is the process that they're going to go through, review of curriculum standards, what a test design, what our test design is in regards to constructed response, technology enhanced items, some of the scoring rules that were just decided during the range finding rubrics, and then the participants take the content test themselves, and they familiarize themselves with the test items. Ever wonder if you're smarter than a 5th grader? These folks will know. So day 2, they review the performance level descriptors, what it means to be at each of those performance levels in regards to skills, knowledge, and the content. They really describe the borderline students, so that they can get clarity on regards to what students should be able to do and how to differentiate between a performance level 1 and a performance level 2 student. Then in day 3, they are actually looking at making judgments of the panelists, of the test, sorry. So they are reviewing the assessment items, and they are making a judgment in regards to, for this assessment item, is a performance level 1 able to answer this question, yes or no? Is a performance level 2 student able to answer this question, yes or no? And so they're looking at the probability of each of those performance levels in regards to whether or not a student can answer that question. It is facilitated by discussions after each of those rounds. The goal is not necessarily consensus. It is more, and the panelists are able to change their responses in regards to their decisions, but the goal really is for independent judgments, as well as using each person's best judgment. Day 4 is a round 3. And this one really highlights the data review, and then they complete together as a group a final evaluation and recommendation. Day 5 is where Msde reviews the panelists' outcomes, evaluations, and there may be some back and forth in regards to questions and clarification on day 5. So next steps after standard setting is completed. So the standard setting panelists provide the recommended cut scores. Msde develops cut scores from their recommendations, ensuring the technical quality of the assessment. They are reviewed by a technical advisory committee. They are based on, the final cut scores will be based on any kind of policy input, panelist input, psychometric input. And then once that final recommendation is completed, then the MCAP's cut scores are applied to the student records. They are incorporated into reporting systems, and they are updated, validated to make sure everything is working correctly, and then reports could be provided to districts, the public, and out to the students themselves. I know that there are plans to come back to you to present information at a future board meeting once this process has been completed, or is in process, I should say. All right, so this is the science results. Do we want to just keep going? Okay. So as I mentioned earlier, the science grade 5 and grade 8 completed the standard setting process pre-pandemic, so we actually do have results. This is just grade 5 and grade 8. And so the next slide shows the results, and I do have 2019 results, 2021 results, and 2022 results. And the percentages, the bars on the left are grade 5, the bars on the right are grade 8. I just want to highlight a couple of things in regards to caution around using this data. 2019 was administered before the pandemic, so that's when we had 5 levels. Performance level 4 and 5 were considered proficient. 2020, no assessments were administered. And in 2021, they were administered, they were shortened, and they were in the fall. Participation rate was a little bit low for our science test takers. PL2 and 3 were considered proficient at that point in time. The 2022 is the full MCAP assessment, and PL3 and 4 right now are considered proficient, and this really is our new baseline. So when we're looking at assessments and how our students are doing moving forward, this 2022 is our baseline for the science MCAP. So let's just drill a little bit down into the recent results in regards to how our students have performed in the spring. You'll see the black bar is our all students percentage. And for the race ethnicity on the left, you can see the differences between student groups do remain in regards to the Asian white are outperforming the black Hispanic, which are the lower percentages towards the bottom. The student groups, male, female is provided here. They are pretty much very similar. Economically disadvantaged students with disabilities, English learners are struggling on the student group, on the science results. All right, so grade 8, very similar results to grade 8. The black bar is the all students. I think the only difference here is that the female and male bars were flipped. Everything else in regards to the which student group is on top, middle, and bottom is pretty much the same. So similar results in regards to the differences across the student groups. So looking across our by LEA, so science grade 5, 13 LEAs with grade 5 science proficiency exceeded the state proficiency of 30.6. So they are highlighted in the light blue and the gray, and there you can also see them ranked over to the right side. And looking at science grade 8 proficiency, there are still 13 LEAs exceeding the state proficiency of 35.4. Again, the results are located on the right, and you can look at the map to see which LEAs are outperforming their peers. So the reporting timeline. So given that we are working hard to go through the standard setting process, I just wanted to provide you an update in regards to when we expect results to come out. So we are releasing data as quickly as possible. Our local school systems have had the science data. As soon as we have valid results, we provide that back to our local schools systems so they can act on it. And Maryland will continue to prioritize this rapid release of assessment data. I know it's a priority for Mr. Chaudhry, and we are working really hard to enhance that to make it even more, even quicker in the future. But right now, we're in August, grades 5 and 8. Our alternate assessments are nearly complete, so they should be coming out in the next few weeks to our local school systems. That will be available in September. Government and high school and LS MISA are actually going through a standard setting process right now. I had the opportunity to go visit some of our local educators in their process a week or so ago, and those results should be ready in October. EL English Language Proficiency exam and the alternate ELP exam should be available in December, and along with KRA. And the last row really highlights mathematics and ELA will not be available till January. We are, of course, working to get preliminary data out to our locals as quickly as possible when it does become available. But given 16 standard setting process and a validation and data review, we're estimating January at this point in time. So the testing window, I think I highlighted this earlier. We do set a testing window for our local school system. These are all the assessments that we administer in an academic year here. And actually, if you look here towards the middle, April 3rd to May 26th, that's when we will be administering the MCAP ELA in mathematics. And that is a fairly large window. Our local school systems can choose their assessment window within that window, again, choosing when their students are assessed, whether it's on multiple days or all in one day. And we do try and spread it out. So science may be during a different window, alternate assessments are during a different window, so that not all assessments are during the same state assessment window. So with every assessment, students will receive a state assessment, an individual student report, an ISR. This provides information on how a student performed on the content standards, provides a comparison for that student to their peers in their school, in their LEA, and across the state. And of course, we are currently working towards enhancing the reporting and to improve that connection between assessment results and resources for families and educators. And this is just a snapshot of the ISR, highlighting the new performance levels and what it will look like at a very high level. This will roll out with our English language arts and mathematics assessments in the upcoming school year. I think that is it, yes.
Before we take questions, so this is a one-time thing we have to do because we went from PARCC to MCAP, COVID, shortened test that's not statistically valid, and then just gave the MCAP in all its glory for the first time this past spring. So now we need to standard set. So people are asking, man, is it going to be no. She can tell you, Dr. Lawson, can I release this somehow? Can I get our vendor? They're like, no, it is not scientifically possible, Superintendent.
I got it moved up a little bit, but that's it.
But even then, so it's a one-time. You have to standard set. It's a process. I mean, you saw we took very complex things, and Chandra, she's our new assistant soup over all of this, and she has just, one of the things I told her is we have to make assessments matter. We have to take out the complexity of it. We have to make sure, and then ultimately make sure there's connections to it meaningfully in the classroom. And so, you can see this is them demystifying a very complex process. But once this is done, then yes, our goal is by the time the school year is done, school systems already have gotten the data on the students, especially since we're going to be moving to the CAT system of computer adaptive testing. And so you would get the turnaround right away, because my goal is to get it in their hands before the summer even starts, so then they can use it in the summer and then going into the fall versus wait later in the fall. And so that's where we're headed. Want to be the fastest, if not one of the fastest, and our investments are going to do that, being able to shorten the time to what is exactly statistically significant, but also being able to move to computer adaptive testing and such. So just as a heads up, where a lot of great things are happening. It's just the standard setting process. The number of people that tag me on social media and say, "Where's the results? What are you hiding?" I'm not hiding anything. Have you seen my presentations? And so what I am trying to get done is standard setting, so then I can result. But you know, what you're seeing nationally is kids are rebounding. Historical gaps still exist. I predict our results are going to show that. And then, you know, we'll be back into the spring. But truly for me, after we take this spring's test, that's that new baseline for me, because we had a horrible Omicron December and January. We still had quarantines. We still had masking and other things. The hope this year is some back to that feeling of normalcy when it comes to COVID protocols and everything else. You know, contact tracing, we just know so much more now. And so really for me, we will share the results once we're done with standard setting for this past spring, but really spring 23's results is what I want you to look out for, what that new formal baseline is. And remember, our strategic plan, the final version comes out in June of that year. So for me, it's a perfect timing to set that as baseline and our targets, and so where we would go. Questions?
Dr. Miller McCarthy and then Ms. McCusker.
Hi, excuse me. I love that you're going to computer adaptive testing. I think that's wonderful. And I think this is what you just said. I kind of worry about setting standards based on 21, 22, because we were still in a pandemic, and so I think then the standards would be lower than we would want, given all that's gone on in this country for 2 years. So I think you said that you're looking to the 23 results.
Yes, in terms of baseline, but the standard setting process still should hold true. Do you want to comment on that?
Yeah,
and then we would look at it every year.
Yeah, there's plans to look at that to make sure. Our federal review process is actually after the 23 administration, so that administration is going to be looked at very carefully in regards to the data that shows. So we have considered that, but we are using this to do the initial standard setting, and if there are adjustments that need to be made, we can discuss that in the future. Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. Lots of really great information. So I'm just kind of work backwards on the couple of things that I had. And you addressed this a little bit, but I do want to and I'm not talking about, I know the standard setting's happening, but for us to get results in August, or, you know, like we're looking at 5 and 8, classes are already set up, kids are already in their schedules, some kids are already in school. We can't have the information isn't driving instruction or driving, you know, decisions on where to place children in classes and things like that. So the thought that the computer adapted testing is going to get us results almost immediately.
Within days.
You know, and having that before the end of the school year so that it can be used to help make instructional decisions for the coming school year would be really important and a game changer, I think, and would make this our set of assessments less of the hoop we have to jump through and more of a useful tool. So,
Amen.
You know, that's really encouraging news that you're working towards having that to us before the end of the school year.
I'm getting tired of other state chiefs telling me their results, and I can't share mine yet.
Can't help you.
Let me go back, because I was, okay. On slide 15, you talked about, you know, trying to kind of spread out who the teachers are that are making up the panels. What's the process for choosing the teachers on the panels?
Yeah, so there is, there is, and actually I just asked my staff to take a deep dive into what the review process is for this next upcoming school year, because the invitations to be on the traditional assessment review process happens each fall. But basically, the recommendations go out to the content curriculum folks in the local school systems, and there's memos usually provided to the superintendents to notify them that this opportunity exists. And so they are recruited through the content folks at every one of the districts. And from then, they provide information, they are reviewed and determined to be a good candidate, and then they join the process.
So recruitment first and then an application process on top of the
Yeah, but it's all internal. It's local. So the local school systems recruit from within their districts, and they identify the quality candidates and they provide the names to us.
Okay.
And then that process goes, and then we request them, basically say the opportunity exists for you to participate, and they let us know if they're available during that time.
Okay, thank you.
I am also doing a survey, just as an FYI, in regards to every one of these standard settings, so I know who these participants are in regards to demographics, experience, and location as well. So we should be able to present in the future who the folks were that participated in this process.
Okay. And quick question about the computer adaptive testing and the hope that it's going to reduce test length and testing time. Do you have kind of an estimate of what you're hoping it can reduce it, or is that highly individualized?
It is highly individualized, and so there is the possibility for a reduction in testing time, but there needs to be a change a little bit, or a discussion in regards to how the units are put together. So right now, the way the assessments are required to be administered is within a class period. So computer adaptive tests, we're working through how that would look in regards to, can you move from Unit 1 to Unit 2 to Unit 3 to speed up that process. So there's some logistical challenges that we're working on. So that's why I say it might be unique. But it also will provide a benefit in that students don't have to take items that are too difficult or items that are too easy. So we've run the case where we've had students who say they finish really quickly because all of the assessment items are very easy, right? And so now it might not be as quick, so the student might be challenged. So you might get a case where a student is a little bit longer because they're on the upper scale and it's trying to figure out where they are. So it is very unique to the student.
The questions adapt based on how you're answering
Yes.
them. So,
Right. Yeah.
a very popular one is the MAP and WEA testing that some of our systems use. And you essentially, if you're getting a lot of them wrong, then the question is the question set is evolving. If you're getting a lot of them right, they're evolving. So it is very individualized in terms of, okay, Rachel is knocking it out of the park. She's a distinguished learner. So let's, why add more to the end of this? We've gotten the statistical significance to determine that already, versus we don't know yet if Mohammed, where he's at, he's getting some right, some not, so let's keep asking different types of questions.
Could it potentially, because I'm thinking about what it's like to be in the testing room, and you may have some students that finish it really fast, and they're just sitting there at a desk for 25 minutes while other students are still working on their assessment. And the students who are still working start to get distracted by the, or it's just, it seems to, from a teaching point of view, like just sort of wasted time because they're sitting there, because you have to give the full 40 minutes or, whatever. Is it possible that this could change that dynamic a little bit?
Yes, we're looking very closely at that. We're trying to group, like for example, for math, we're trying to make sure that the calculator are grouped together. So maybe we can do Unit 1 and Unit 2 together because they're all calculator based, and the next day is not, and you can speed it up that way a little bit. So we're looking at all options, yes.
Okay, good, because that's almost painful to watch a kid just sitting at a desk for 25 minutes when they could be engaged in learning activities. Okay, thank you, I appreciate it.
Any other questions?
So now when your stakeholders ask you where the assessment results for past spring, you can explain to them the Angoff method.
Awesome. This is one of the questions that came up during the local boards, trying to get the results out to the local systems early enough so that they could actually use it. So I think they'll be pleased where we're moving in that direction.
Yeah. Just takes a lot.
Oh, Ms. Chang.
Actually, I have one kind of quick one about the result. I know with the computer adaptive system, you can kind of turn around that result really quick. I know those results will be shared with the students and their family, right? And they'll come back to the school or even individual teacher per se,
Well,
at that granular
It
level?
would get to the school first and everything, and then, we'll eventually want to, the ISR that you saw, we're going to continue to evolve that and make sure it has meaning and everything. I want to get to a point where you see where your student's at in literacy, and then connect them to a resource, what you can do at home with them, what you can access to in your school system, tutoring, etc. I want to really get to that point where it really means something to the family to look at that report. We're not there yet, but we are getting into growth mindset language and everything else. But that report comes out later, because we don't, the data would go to the school system right away so they can start planning for summer, but for the student ISRs, we wait till all tests are finished in the state and then we produce them all, because they go for, we make sure that they're looked at for any errors and things like that. So we wouldn't publish a report immediately to a parent, because what if we found out there was some testing error or things like that? But we would give the data to the system and then we'll make adjustments along the way. But the reports, I would hope that we can start releasing. Right now, they've been coming out later in the fall, in the winter. We'll see what that looks like. We haven't had that conversation. But the big thing that I've had conversation with, I really want a family to be able to access that report online and tie it to, well, this is where Muhammad's at and what he's able to do. That's the growth mindset concept, and this is what he's still struggling with. Here's what you can do at home, and here's what you can access, or ask your school system for this. For example, Blueprint says kids should get transitional supplemental tutoring in K2. Ask your school system for that. So I think I want to be able to make that report matter. So.
Thank you. Because I was thinking some parents might want to know, okay, my student is at this level compared to my school or my district or even the state level.
That will be in the report in some sense. If you look at the report now, it tells you where your child falls in comparison to others. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Anything I missed?
Yeah, no, I know that computer adapted tests are a quick turnaround, but the quick turnaround really is for those multiple choice questions and the preliminary data. We still have constructed responses that we can go through AI scoring, but we still have some that require that manual scoring until our AI system can get fully functional. So we are working to release preliminary data as quickly as possible, 48 hours, 2 weeks, whatever we can do. And that final scores would be coming out later. I just wanted to make sure that people weren't expecting.
One of the benefits of our test is we've shifted to more open, constructed response questions, right, to mirror more of real world thinking and learning. But grading an essay is different from grading a multiple choice test, and so we use live humans to do that, and we're beginning to look at using AI for that. But again, you got to get that right. So, yeah. Okay. Thank you, Chandra.
Thank you.
Thank you. Very nicely done.
No more talking today, I promise.
At this time, we're going to move now to the State Board Member Committee report updates. I'll start then. We shared with you the summary from the roundtable, the local board roundtables. Just overall very pleased with the level of engagement from the local boards. I think we had 39 local board members, and just about all of the counties participated. When you look at the report and you listen to the discussion, a lot of it is around communication. How can they reach us better? How can we share information? What I'm going to suggest and to talk to the general about it would be to have, in the interest of time, ask the governance committee to just take a look at what some of the ideas in there and then come back to us with some recommendations. We've got, as you know, right now, we still are without an executive director, and in another couple of months or so, we're going to start an intensive rollout of the strategic plan. So I just want to make sure that what we do are the things that are most important and things that we can actually sustain. So the General's Governance Committee will take a look at the summary in more detail and come back to us in a future meeting with some ideas about things that they suggest we take a look at. The one thing that I will ask the board to consider is during one of the the discussions, Washington County invited us to come out to Washington County and to conduct one of our meetings outside of Baltimore. This is an idea that Ms. Howley suggested just before the pandemic. And so we've had some preliminary conversations with Washington County, and just want to get a concurrence from the board about this. We're looking at potentially going to Washington County in October. I think that October date would be October the 25th, and this would be open to any of the board members that would wish to travel. Those that are not able to travel or can't travel, you could still continue to join us either remotely from here or from another location. So the meeting itself will be on the 25th. But what we were thinking about also is, and again, all of this is preliminary, and as we talked to folks in Western Maryland, they understand it as well, that potentially on the 24th would be a day where perhaps we could go visit maybe one of the high schools there, the Tech High School, and then also be able to spend some time with the local boards. And what they were also thinking about was the possibility of a town hall, local town hall that evening. So we would sort of structure it to make sure that the questions and things are things that the state board has jurisdiction over. So that's what, just want to get your sense about whether that we're okay with doing that, and we'll continue the planning and come back to you with more details. So, okay, so I guess we're okay? Okay, sounds good. I just want to mention, Ms. Morrow has attended 3 local boards as an observer. That's something obviously that you're more than welcome to do. Just let me and Dr. Getty know, and Ms. Necessary also does a coordination with the local board. The reception has been very good. People know that she's there. The local boards love to see us there, so there's no presentation or anything like that, but just a presence, just to go out and to understand. It's been really good. And then on this past Friday, Dr. Getty and I were in Carroll County, so we were meeting with the president of the county Board of Education, the new superintendent, and 2 of her assistant superintendents. Very good conversation. We talked about a full range of issues. And again, one of the things that just comes across is when you look at our roundtables, and I'll compliment the superintendent on the roundtable concept. You watch the roundtables, you participate in these meetings, and you're starting to see a level of excitement and engagement around transformation. And there's a real openness and a willingness, I sense, from the key stakeholders to actually be engaged and work together to try to find solutions that matter for our children. So that's my report. It's gone extremely well. Oh, one other thing, we are working out the logistics for 2 roundtables, I believe in September, with local superintendents. Tentatively, the dates have changed. I believe it's possibly the 13th and the 15th. We're waiting to get confirmation. When that happens, we will come out to you. We will ask you, I think they're going to be noon to 1:30. We'll ask you about your interest, and I'm going to try to accommodate the board members that did not have an opportunity to take part in the local board roundtables first. But we'll put that back out like we did before, and invite you to take part in that as well. Okay. That concludes my report. Mr. DeShiel?
Thank you. I just wanted to give you a quick update on the strategic planning subcommittee, and that committee continues to meet. We've been meeting not always every week, but most weeks we have been meeting. It's been very, very helpful. The participants from the board, of course, have been Ms. Howley, Ms. McCusker, Mr. Crawford, Dr. Getty has joined our committee, and myself. Plus, of course, we've had our state superintendent on a number of the meetings, and always we have members of the MSDE staff who have been very, very helpful in helping coordinate our agendas and getting our meeting dates out and information to the committee members. So I appreciate what MSD is doing, and always, of course, appreciate the state superintendent's attendance when he can join us. We've been looking at the last couple of meetings at the timeline for the rollout of our strategic plan. And as you've heard Mr. Crawford just say, we're planning the initial rollout, phase 1 of the rollout for October 25th in Washington County. So I'm sure we'll have a number of board members who feel they can participate in that rollout. It should be exciting for us to let the public know for the first time a little bit about what our plans are under this important initiative. Most recently in our meetings, we've been looking at priorities and enablers. Again, we appreciate the state superintendent's insights and perspectives, not only on these two topics, but also on the mission and vision and value statements earlier. So we hope possibly at the next meeting, which will be a week from yesterday, the 29th, next Monday, to come to consensus on our priorities and enablers. And hopefully shortly after that meeting, we'll get drafts of the vision, mission, value statements, priorities, and enablers out to the entire board so that we can have your comment and perspective on what we've been able to put together thus far. So there'll be ample opportunity for you to contact folks, we think maybe through the MSDE, to enable you to have insight and ownership and investment in what we have put together thus far, and I hope you'll participate and give us your thoughts when that information comes out to you. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other reports? All righty. Please, yes, sir.
I'd like to recognize Superintendent Mohammed Chaudhry on his first successful year as a superintendent, coming out of
Came back, yeah, came back. He still comes.
Yeah,
he still
yeah,
comes
yeah.
back, yeah.
Yeah. But another, and with the school year beginning, I wish you the best of fortune and your continued success in guiding our students and teachers out of the pandemic. So congratulations on a first successful year.
Yes. Very nicely done. Okay. At this time, I'm going to propose that we adjourn to executive session. I'm going to read the statement. Pursuant to Section 3-305B, 1 and 7 of the General Provisions Article of the Annotated Code of Maryland, the State Board will adjourn to executive session to discuss the following: oral argument, personnel matter, and litigation update. The floor is now open for discussion of that. No discussion. Open now for an amendment, for a motion.
Second.
Motion from General Sumter, second by Senator Bates. Seeing no discussion, all in favor, please say aye and raise your hand. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions. So we will adjourn to executive session. We're going to try to be back by 5. We've got a couple of things we need to do. So 5 o'clock or maybe sooner, if we can. Might as well be optimistic, right? Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, members of the public. Good afternoon, everyone. We've reconvened from executive session. At this time in our agenda, it is now the opportunity for board members to suggest future agenda items. Let me get my notepad here. So the floor is now open to anyone that has a suggested future agenda item. You can always send us emails or give us a call, but if you've got anything, more than welcome. We'll take it now. Okay. All right. So you know how to get in touch with us if something comes to mind. At this time, I'd like to turn to Mr. Schoen.
Thank you, Mr. Crawford, members of the board. In the matter of Amy Benjamin versus Baltimore City Board of School Commissioners, the board has not completed its deliberations and will issue a final decision at a later date.
Okay. Okay. All right, very good. Seeing no further action from the board at this time, the floor is now open for a motion to adjourn. I'm sorry.
Could I just quickly just take a moment of privilege and wish my colleagues across the state a successful and,
Yes, thank you.
schools
Please,
are opening
thank
all
you,
across
thank
our
you,
state.
thank you,
And
thank
I
you.
wish my teaching colleagues and all of the support personnel in schools and everyone who touches the lives of students over the next school year, I wish them the best for great outcomes and wonderful relationships with students in those moments that keep us in the classroom. So have a fabulous year.
Absolutely, fully agree. Yes, thank you, thank you. Floor is now open for a motion to adjourn. Dr. Millie McCarthy, and then seconded by Senator Bates. Seeing no discussion, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, abstentions, we adjourn. Thank you very much. A great day. Thank you, thank you.